Trade deadline day in the NFL. 4 o'clock deadline. You get some trades that can roll in after that. The Bills converting some of Taron Johnson's salary yesterday to create $1.75 million in cap space. So a little bit of more room for the Bills, who had very little going into today. Still do, but the deadline is today. The biggest trade yesterday in the league was Jalen Phillips yesterday morning going to the Philadelphia Eagles from the Miami Dolphins for a third-round pick. Last night on Monday Night Football, the Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett beat Dallas in Dallas 27-17. Jacoby Brissett threw for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns and ran for a touchdown in the win. Arizona now 3-5 on the year. Dallas falls to 3-5-1. Sabres are in action tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop against J.J. Peterka and the Utah Mammoth. Sabres getting thin at forward. Yuri Kulik and Jason Zucker are both doubtful for tonight's game. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I got to tell you about the dream I had.
The dream you
ever had a dream you're on the Bills? I had a dream I was on the Bills.
Like as a player?
Yes, in a game.
Well, dreams, they feel real while we're in them, right? It's only when we wake up that we realize something that's actually strange.
What position?
What do you think?
Quarterback?
No.
Oh, come on!
Wide receiver. Yeah, one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in.
Yeah!
All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me. Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager.
Assistant to the regional manager.
Who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu.
And what I see, Palamalu just went right into the sea gap.
Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my way. What, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, good morning. Happy deadline day. Jeremy and Joe. You know, a lot of signs everything is returning to normal. Everything's right with the world. The season being back on track. After a brief lull of things not going the way they normally go, of course, we're back to normal now. Owen the Parlay Killer is back.
PK Parker.
He's back. He's back. Another solo kill of a parlay for the show. He's back.
My guy. We had to know it was coming back.
You thought I was talking about the Bills beating the Chiefs and getting better. That too. This is how you know nature is healing.
Yeah.
OP, the Parlay Killer, is back after last night. You know, it's a good bit. He's got the bag on his head already.
248. He needed 267 from Dak. He needed 268 from Dak. So
we got our McBride touchdown, our Ferguson catches, and there it is. Like those were out of the way when I checked in and I saw at the time Dak needed like 190 more yards. I was like, oh, all right, looks like this one is toast.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the friends we make along the way. I also realized that
against the Cardinals defense of all teams is finally the team Dak doesn't go over against.
Don't forget the Cardinals defense, like their EPA in quarters 1 through 3 is good.
Right, but the fourth quarter
are a disaster. So, I mean, you got to get there in the fourth if you're going to get there.
Well, I think Dak lost an opportunity because they had a drive at the end. I knew he needed like 20-something.
Yeah.
And they had a drive at the end, and Javonte Williams fumbled.
Good stuff.
Because, man, here's a
deep fantasy loss? That was
a deep fantasy loss. Not won by me personally, but this is the guillotine league that I run that you guys are not in. So this is my other guillotine league. And the guy that got chopped I believe was above and then went back below with the Javonte Williams fumble.
That is tough.
And that is how he is out. He was safe and then went back underneath the guy who was done, and he didn't get another chance at it.
Well,
so you are toast.
The person that survives, that's an all-time survival story.
All time.
Very good. Well, hey, we're back. I realized also that when we're keeping the stats on our parlays, we shouldn't be doing record. It should just be career kills. That's really all it should be.
Career kills.
Because if we go 1 for 3, then, congratulations on whatever. Just career kills is what we'll keep it. You're the person that loses it. It goes on your. It's like a volleyball stat, right? In volleyball, they keep track of kills. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Career kills, and Owen's at. Is it like,
we've lost track.
Is it like 10? It's up. I think it's.
It can't be 10.
He was 0-8.
It's week 10.
His name was. We do Thursdays and Mondays.
That's right. That's right. We do.
It is definitely 10. We've done Thursday and Mondays to try and get me off the schneid, and I've lost those two.
I think he has killed 10 parlays.
I think I'm in total 1 in 10.
Are you working for the books?
I gotta check and see how much the odds move when I announce my picks every day. It should just boost them up.
Well, luckily, I think there are some people that have said in the past week, I mean, this might go back months now, actually, that have said that they will take me and Jeremy's lines and then they will do the opposite of your line.
Now, those people are buying.
Those people are winning.
Those people
driving around in fancy cars. Yeah, they got private jets these days.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, good morning. It's deadline day in the NFL. And we'll see what happens. The Eagles and the Ravens have both made trades. So the Ravens make a trade, which I guess is not a surprise to anybody. Like, right, we're going to see them make a trade. They're trading for Titans edge rusher Draymond Jones.
Yep.
Conditional fifth that could become a fourth for Draymond Jones. The Bills, meanwhile, opening up cap space. Everybody saw that yesterday. That's probably an indication they are going to do something, right? They've got about $3 million in space. And while $3 million doesn't feel like a lot of space, if you use the SpotTrack current NFL trade candidate trade cap hit board, there's a lot of good players you can get for $3 million, and there's actually maybe 2 players you can get for less than $3 million. So we'll watch it. We'll see what happens. The conversation around the deadline today, and of course, we'll keep you updated on all the rumors. I'm deep into it, Joe. I'm looking up Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith,
who's the defensive tackle out of Michigan, went to the Cowboys. He's a healthy scratch last night.
Yep.
The Bills had him in for a top 30 visit a couple years ago. He was a guy we thought they might take. That's the year that they take. Is that Kincaid?
Yes.
Okay.
He goes right after Kincaid, I think.
Yes. Yeah. To Dallas, right.
Yeah.
So they move up in front of Dallas and get Dalton Kincaid, and Mozzie Smith goes later. At that time, defensive tackle. I mean, shocker. Every single year we think defensive tackle is on the board. It always is on the board.
I think the story was Dallas wanted Kincaid, too, wasn't it?
That's a widely held. I don't know if that was like on the record. The Cowboys had said that, but there's a lot of belief the Cowboys did want Kincaid.
Right. And then they pivoted to a defensive tackle.
Yes.
When Laporta was also on the board. They could have also done that.
Right. And they have Jake Ferguson, who's pretty good.
Yep. I saw a lot of defensive. Shelby Harris is a name I saw people talking about yesterday. Calais Campbell, but I don't know if Arizona is Calais Campbell just coming up because he's the new. Who's the NHL? He's the new Lee Stepniak of the NFL.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And where he's just every deadline he's a name to talk about.
Who's the other guy? I'm thinking of who's the guy that won 1 million faceoffs for like the Coyotes, and I think the Leafs traded for him. Ooh. Oh,
he was a deadline guy?
This one's going to bother me, yes.
Is it Radim Verbata?
No.
Felt like he was a deadline guy.
I feel like there's a Y in his name somewhere at the start or the end.
Y.
Or someone's going to get it. He's
Yannick Perreault?
That might be it. I don't think that's it. It's somebody that used to, this guy's going to win a ton of face-offs. Face-offs. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Face-offs and penalty kill. The super important stuff for deadline acquisitions.
Yep.
Anyway, we'll see. So, I mean, I guess I should. What should we be asking? Like, what do you want today? Defensive line, wide receiver, something else?
I want to know almost more like, what do people feel like? No, they're good. Because all season there have been a lot of positions that have come up. I thought for a long time that corner was going to be the most likely idea for them at the deadline. And is that off the table now? Do we feel comfortable? We're good? Max Hairston getting his feet wet. He's looked good. Do we feel like we don't need that anymore? How about safety? Like Jordan Hancock, again, same thing. He's kind of tracking up. He's a 5th-round rookie, though. How much do you want to trust that, no, I'm just good there. I've got this guy who's, again, trending forward. I don't know that Poyer really plays into anyone feeling more comfortable about not doing anything there. But can I be done at safety and feel okay? Like, how many positions are there like that? Linebacker, everybody is basically healthy other than Shaq Thompson.
They might need some help at linebacker, even though they have some health. I mean, sure, Shaq Thompson's been their best.
I really feel like they have a little bit of hope at pretty much every position where there's either a guy in now, like a Hancock or a Hairston, that's making you think, all right, I might not need that. Or like defensive line, you could still feel like there's help on the way. Jones, Sanders, if you want it.
Yep.
Whereas receiver is the one position where I don't really feel is like that unless you're really trusting that Gabe Davis is that.
Right.
Where's the little bit of hope? Where's the help on the way? I don't really think there is help on the way. It's just Coleman playing a bunch of snaps still and nothing really happening, and then maybe Gabe Davis shows up eventually and does it. But he couldn't make it through 1 week of practice.
Right. Help on the way at receiver is always, hey, Elijah Moore caught a pass. Could they get more out of that? Hey, Curtis Samuel caught a pass. Maybe there's something there. So I don't know. The thing.
But when you have a young guy that's kind of an unknown commodity that you invested in on, like a Hancock or a Hairston, it's more defendable. They're like, oh no, this guy could actually be something for
sure. There's
rather than a guy who's on his third team.
There's a lot of talking ourselves into, Elijah Moore could do more for you.
Right.
If he could, then maybe they would have that as part of their offense. And maybe he can. Who knows? The question I would ask about the deadline, because the Michael Hoyt injury has shifted people like immediately to try and find Hoyt's replacement because they saw what he did in the defense and how that was really valuable. So, okay, you could go for whatever Hoyt is. Is that a defensive tackle / defensive end / linebacker?
That's why,
that's the thing. Yeah. Hoyt is a specialist in that he can do a lot of things for you.
That's why I saw people talking about Calais Campbell because he can do defensive end and defensive tackle.
Okay,
so he definitely can't do the linebacker parts.
Right. So do I get a specialist because I want to replace my specialist, my chess piece? That would make sense. Should Brandon Beane make 2 moves? We'll go ahead and find a way to make 2 moves for this. You trade somebody and then restructure them right away. Well, I don't know. The cap is tough to figure out only because we don't know which players we're talking about. But, if you wanted to add to this roster a receiver in the form of like Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave and a defensive tackle, you could probably do it, depending on who those players are. Do you want Matthew Judon? I like Matthew Judon.
Yep.
There have been times that Matthew Judon's a good player, and I don't know if that's exactly the right fit. Sometimes he's a linebacker, sometimes he's an edge. So right now he's in Miami. And his cap hit is $651. Not necessarily putting Judon on the team, but if you wanted Christian Kirk and Cameron Jordan, you could do both of those things. Cameron Jordan with the Saints, his cap hit is low. The question I would ask as, again, the driver, the engineer of the wide receiver train over years and years and years, is simply this. Where does it feel most tenuous? Because I could do a couple things here. I could acquire depth, right? Defensive tackle that's going to play, but when Ed Oliver and or Daquan Jones come back, and Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, by the way, like I've got pieces there, then this player maybe gets passed over by them, or if it's the top of the food chain kind of defensive tackle, then all right, I'm just better at that position. I don't think they need help at edge. I do not think they need help at edge. If they wanted to go get some, okay, that's fine. At receiver, is this team Kincaid picks up an oblique injury away from the passing offense doesn't work? That'd be a question I have. Or is it just because Palmer and Kincaid were out in Atlanta? Kincaid has come back, and against Carolina, they didn't really have a great passing day, but against the Chiefs, they did. Allen looked great. What I want to do if I'm Brandon Beane today is try to find a way to bolster my offense, my defense. What can I do to make it more likely that it all stays on track / gets better, right? That's the whole idea. So who are those players? What could that be? There's lots of trade rumors out there. Not a lot of action yet today. And overnight, Jerry Smith hinted that he has a deal in place, and Mozzie Smith was indeed.
Jerry Jones. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, what I say?
Jerry Jones. Jerry Smith.
Jerry Smith, yeah, Mozzie Smith. Jerry Jones said he has a deal in place.
Yep.
But that deal has not been announced, and nobody knows what it is. So Jerry Jones has a deal in place. Mozzie Smith was a healthy scratch. Could he be trading Mozzie Smith to Cincinnati with something to get Trey Hendrickson on an expiring contract? He could.
Yep.
He could. So what do you want? What do you want to do? What do you want to see today? How much action do you want to see? The Eagles made their play for a premier defensive end. I mean, pretty good in Jalen Phillips.
He is probably the next best guy that could get dealt, and he did get dealt behind Hendrickson.
Right, he might be the best guy that gets dealt. Like, we'll see if Hendrickson ultimately goes.
Right.
The reports are the Bengals want a first-round pick. Hendrickson's on an expiring contract, so that's a big ask.
Yeah. Bradley Chubb is another name here, by the way. He's at 1.7 for the team that's picking him up. He had 11 sacks last year. He's got 4 already this year.
Okay.
He's probably not the same player that he was a couple years ago, but he's pretty good, right? So,
Kayvon Thibodeau, you want some of that?
Yep.
From the Giants. They have a bunch of edge rushers, and maybe he's kind of just, odd man out to a degree. You want a receiver, A.D. Mitchell, or, of course, like Shaheed Olave.
Yep.
I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how, whatever, being, of course, if they made a call on Olave,
yeah,
if the price is, oh, God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
5th-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the 5th-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire, great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top-end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons.
Last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a 4th. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave.
Although, did you hear what Diana Rossini said that she thinks Waddle could go for?
No.
A 4th.
Wow. Well, you should do that.
Which
I don't know if the Bills can make that work financially.
But that's a long fall from we're asking for a first.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they might have been asking for a first for Jalen Phillips, right? And ultimately settled on, all right, well, no one's offering a first, and no one's offering a second, so we'll take a third. I mean, the reports on DK Metcalf in the offseason, originally that first day he was available was, Seattle's looking for a first-round pick. And the next day they traded him for a second-round pick. So you don't always get almost always, you do not get someone paying the price that you first hear. But, man, a drop from a first to a 4th for Jalen Waddle just seems like a lot.
Waddle's cap hit for the team acquiring him is $585,000.
I mean, come on. That's great.
Now,
he's already paid, but it hasn't kicked in yet.
Here's the thing. Every one of these players, if you bring up a player, we hopefully have them on the Spot Track trade list and their cap hit.
Yeah.
The one column just to the right of what their cap hit is how much money you're committing to. And if you trade for Jalen Waddle, you're committing to $70 million.
Right. Whereas Olave, you don't have to do that yet.
No, not at all. Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just the 15-year option. So the 5th-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like you can have one player hit a button just some way, somehow you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Waddle is Olave's a separator and he's fast too, but Waddle is like when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less and I try to make Shaheed happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shaheed. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave. And I remain unconvinced that they will go for a receiver. I think they're more likely to add to another piece to the defensive line, which will be, the grand total of this offseason and additions to the defensive line. Is it double digits? By the time this trade deadline's over, it might be. I mean, it has been work done on the defensive line. And so far, it looks like a number of those pieces are paying dividends. So we'll see. 803-0550. There's reason to talk about receiver. There's reason to talk about defensive end or defensive lineman. There's reason to talk about linebacker, maybe Logan Wilson. Who knows? And I don't know that you can forecast injury, but would the Bills be worried about, not worried about their offense, but Palmer, Kincaid feeling like when those two guys get hurt, it might create too much of a problem for them? Because Joe Marino pointed out that this last week against the Chiefs, one way they used Keon Coleman differently was they had him on the backside of plays instead of on the play side. Like he's on the other side of where the play is running. Tyrell Shavers is run blocking there. Shavers getting a lot of snaps in this game. I don't know how reasonable it is, due respect to Shavers and what he's done to make this team as a Super Bowl team. Have Tyrell Shavers starting out wide? Probably not. Josh Palmer goes in that spot. But then does Shavers get the job over Coleman on how many snaps? Like, can they feel like how much are they giving up on the idea of Coleman helping them still this season? The offense looked pretty good, really good against the Chiefs, mainly because Allen looked really good. And when there are days, if he has days like he did against Atlanta, is there enough there to help him through it? To me, like that's the small level of offensive production they might want to add. So it's deadline day. Give us a call, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Rasmus Dalin joins the show at 8 o'clock this morning. And then at 8:30, Howard picks the Bills. Sean in Long Island. Sean, good morning. You're on WGR.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Happy deadline day to you.
Happy deadline day.
Yeah, so Breen's, he's got to get busy. We know this 10 hours away till the deadline. So you got DaCosta making moves starting a few weeks back. You got Roseman started making moves a few weeks back, so that maybe they don't have to be scrambling today. And they definitely have, I think, fortified their rosters to make runs here. And then Bean, we're here on the last day, and we're going to be counting down, sweating it out until the last minute, and hope that he makes a move. I mean, I remember when he was GM, when he first came on board in 2017, how aggressive he was in trying to reshape the roster, trading Cordy Glenn, trading, E.J. Gaines, Watkins, Darby. And just, I know it might be easier to do that and compile picks as it is the other way around and trying to get actual talent. But, listen, we don't need third-round Dwayne Carter's, Landon Jackson-type talents. We have to be willing to shed some of this capital to make a run. If it's not now, when is it going to be? And, yeah, the Hoyt injury is very obviously concerning. I know he only played 7 quarters for us, but that position, maybe not necessarily the play. I didn't even hear of Michael Hoyt before he became a Bill. I had no idea who he was. And then just over the training camp and the season, saw how impactful he could be. I'm not saying that he's just replaceable like that, but I would figure that there's somebody that they can acquire that can have that level of energy and that level of impact to it. Maybe not 100% of that, but 3/4 of it. And then find the speed guy. I don't think you need, that. I hate saying this. I guess the performance against KC kind of did change my tune a little bit on the need of a true alpha. If you did get a Shaheed or you did get a burner, I do think that just opens things up for everybody else to a degree. So the two moves have to be the Hoyt chess piece and the burner.
Yep.
And if you have that, you're probably in pretty good shape moving forward. Of course, if injuries happen, then we're, screwed no matter what, I guess. But, yeah, if you get those two pieces, I feel pretty damn good about moving forward, and they can make a nice run.
Thanks.
If you just get one, and we get just a Mozzie Smith, I'm not going to be moved.
Yeah, it's just a name I suggested because I know the Bills had him in for a visit, and he was a healthy scratch last night, and he's a tackle. One situational football point here. Like, what's the benefit of a true separator?
Yeah.
Let's say it's just like Bills Chiefs. When the Chiefs got down 2-1 and then didn't score, how well equipped are the Bills to do something like that? You're down in a game. It's not gone your way, and you need a quick strike before halftime. This offense has found its share of explosive plays, and it runs the ball on schedule really well, and their play-action game is great. The thing I would wonder is, all right, like Baltimore. Baltimore, they came from behind, and they did the job, and they won. Can they do that as often as we think they can? We hope they can. They think they can. Because I might want quick strike ability. Or even take it to when they have the ball and they're winning against Kansas City and they punt. Is there somebody I can put on the field that makes it so I can actually, the other team has to fear I go for that kill shot like the Bills probably wanted to? So I don't know. We're talking about a good to great football team trying to put on finishing pieces. Last year, it's the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. This year, they let a bunch of guys walk out, and now it's like Jalen Phillips is there, and they'll probably extend him. And I don't know too much about Draymond Jones, who the Ravens just got, but adding for Baltimore, like we're seeing that Jair Alexander and now Draymond Jones. I almost want to guarantee the Bills are going to do something today. I'm very confident in that. Yeah. Something. I don't know what. I'm excited to find out. A new rumor this morning would be very, very good. And I just think that if Olave happened, it would hit like a truck. Like I'm just ready to be blown away. But I do not think that's ultimately what they do.
And if Olave happens and somebody else gets him, that's also going to hit like a truck, like in a different way.
If New England makes that move, or New England makes the Shaheed move, New England might be the real thing.
That's the worst case scenario today. The worst case scenario is I don't even care. Almost doesn't matter what the Bills would do. If New England jumps in front and they grab one of those guys, that's going to hurt a lot.
Well, they might be the number one team to watch today. 803-0550, and because they have a ton of cap space, and how much do they want to go in?
Yeah, I was gonna say they might feel like before the year they said not the time, right?
They might think it's the time.
Now they're 7-2 and in first place. They probably could feel like it's the time.
803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-552-550. Mike, we'll get to your call on the other side. Jeremy and Joe, it is trade deadline day. 4 p.m. today is the deadline. Rasmus Dalin at 8 ahead of the Sabres game, and Howard picks the Bills at 8:30 here on WGR. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave, if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
5th-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the 5th-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons
last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a 4th. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first for Waddle.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave. There are a lot of signs everything is returning to normal. Everything's right with the world, the season being back on track. After a brief lull of things not going the way they normally go, of course, we're back to normal now. Owen the Parlay Killer is back.
PK Parker?
He's back. He's back. Another solo kill of a parlay for the show. He's back.
My guy. We had to know it was coming back.
You thought I was talking about the Bills beating the Chiefs and getting better. That too. This is how you know nature is healing.
Yeah.
OP, the Parlay Killer, is back after last night. It's a good bit. He's got the bag on his head already.
248. He needed 267 from Dak. He needed 268 from Dak. So
we got our McBride touchdown, our Ferguson catches, and there it is. Like those were out of the way when I checked in and I saw at the time Dak needed like 190 more yards. I was like, oh, all right, looks like this one is toast.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the friends we make along the way. I also realized that
against the Cardinals defense of all teams is finally the team Dak doesn't go over against.
Don't forget the Cardinals defense, like their EPA and quarters 1 through 3 is good.
Right, but the fourth quarters
are a disaster. So, I mean, you got to get there in the fourth if you're going to get there. Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just a 15-year option. So the 5th-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like you can have one player hit a button, just some way, somehow you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Olave's a separator and he's fast too, but Waddle is like, when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less and I try to make Shaheed happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shaheed. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave.
Trade deadline day in the NFL today, 4 o'clock. The Bills creating a little bit of cap space by restructuring and moving around some money in Taron Johnson's contract yesterday. That created an extra $1.7 million for them. The biggest trade in the league yesterday was Jalen Phillips going from the Dolphins to the Eagles for a third-round pick. The Ravens also trading for a defensive lineman overnight. And today, nothing yet. Last night on Monday Night Football, the Cardinals win in Dallas, 27-17. Jacoby Brissett had 3 touchdowns on the day. 3-5 for Arizona, 3-5-1 for Dallas. The Sabres are in action tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop against the Utah Mammoth. J.J. Peterka making his return to Buffalo tonight. And in college basketball, yesterday was opening day, and St. Bonaventure opens with a win, 69-63 over Bradley. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think it was just a product of, some of the type of runs that we were kind of going with. He might not necessarily have been on the field for. We have obviously a good amount of runs with him in, I got to do a better job of making sure that I'm getting to those that, just getting him on the field. But, you see how dynamic he is on the field when he's on the field, so it's a combination of, I don't want to say managing his load, but making sure that we obviously have him all year. But I obviously got to make sure I get him on the field more because, as you guys saw last night, good things happen when he's out there. And
Joe Brady talking about the usage for Dalton Kincaid. Happy Tuesday. Happy trade deadline day. 4 o'clock today. To give you some context, I saw Chris Trapasso yesterday tweeting out the times that Brandon Beane has made his trade deadline day moves. If these were all on deadline day, I should say. But either way, he had the time of the moves.
Okay.
In 2017, the move was announced at 4:12 p.m. On deadline day. So we found out
Calvin Benjamin. Yeah, I remember that. It was after the deadline.
12 minutes after the deadline, reported Calvin Benjamin. 3:57 p.m. in 2022, Nyheim Hines.
Yes.
3:32 p.m. in 2023, Rasul Douglas. And, of course, Amari Cooper was not on deadline day, so that's a little different. But that's 3 times on deadline day making a move, with the move coming after 3:30 p.m.
Okay.
So this thing might go to the final moments. Poker between these GMs. Who's he playing poker with? 803-0550. I put a Twitter poll up about today's deadline day question. It's simply this. How do you want them to do it? What are you looking for out of the Bills today? Random depth guy? Shout out random depth guy.
Yep.
A good roster bolstering? Or go get it all in? And that might be determined by what they spend, right?
Yep.
If they spend a second-round pick, does that feel like all in? Depends. I mean, maybe.
It's above what they've done 2 years in a row.
That's right. They've spent thirds, and they've done pick swaps with thirds and fifths.
Yep.
And Nyheim Hines was a sixth.
I mean, if they spend a second-round pick, that's a player that, I mean, you never know. But Jalen Phillips went for a third. Am I getting a better player or a bigger-name player than Jalen Phillips?
No.
Because if I'm doing that, that feels like close to all in. That feels like a move that's bigger than any of the Bills' direct competitors are going to make.
Tracy Wolfson yesterday tweeted this. Beane hinted this would happen regarding Taron Johnson's converting to make more space.
Yeah.
And Tracy wrote, going into yesterday's game, they were looking for defensive line help and wide receiver help. Didn't seem as confident, though, that the right wide receiver they can plug right in was there. Wonder if Hoyt now out, the emphasis becomes the defensive line. And I just want to say, if Michael Hoyt's loss means that we not only lose Michael Hoyt, but also the wide receiver help that they might have been getting, then that's a double loss, and that could be rough. So we'll see. 803-0550. Let's get to another call here. Mike in Wheatfield on deadline day. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Morning, guys. So I originally called to talk about the Waddle and Olave debate, and as soon as I called, you crushed it right there, and I had time to think about it. And, yeah, taking away from Miami would be good, but we'd be giving them a first-rounder probably. So what I think changing tactics, I think Beane needs to go for someone who can create separation, because that's going to free up Josh Allen and the running game even more with that threat. I mean, look at Kansas City. They were probably not ready for us to throw deep. 3 times coming into that game, we've thrown a deep ball and connected, and then 3 deep balls in the Kansas City game probably put them on their heels. They had to make their adjustments at halftime, and, they did so. But I think that threat, that deep threat not being there for Josh right now, and I don't consider Palmer a deep threat. Kincaid can't be our deep threat. We need someone who can stretch the field and keep those safeties back, and that'll free up James Cook. That'll free up, a bunch of other things. I just want to get your guys' opinion on it. Go Bills. Beane better do something, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get everybody's hopes up, but I'm very confident they're going to do something. Otherwise, why would they convert Taron Johnson's money into cap space? Now,
right.
Maybe they do it just because, hey, I got to do this to make sure I do have room. And then they think they have a deal done and somebody could swoop in and take that player, and it ends up where you made the room, but you didn't actually acquire the player. Shaheed is a man beater. I mean, if you had got a guy that separates to some degree, Shaheed can do that. He might be a better man beater than Palmer. He's a better deep threat than Palmer. It's funny. Hoyt and Palmer kind of have this exact same arc right now. We saw them be good for, figuratively, a couple minutes.
Yep.
And then they left. And it's, that guy was going to be amazing, I might feel more confident on that with Hoyt. But Palmer had 2 catches against the Falcons, and it was, who knows what would have happened if he stayed in that game. I mean, he had not done a lot on the season to that point, right? His numbers for the season before the Atlanta game, you've got the Ravens game, which is a big comeback. But against the Jets, 2 for 47. Against the Dolphins, 1 for 5. Saints, 2 for 25. Patriots, 2 for 36. He had 5 games where he's got 12 catches for 180 yards,
which has kind of been what he's been in his career.
Yeah,
which is you're gonna get a game a month.
Yeah,
a game a month. He's gonna make an impact for you, and the rest he's just kind of gonna be there.
And they had a nice play call early in the game. They schemed one up and they hit him deep, and that's a nice play. But is the Falcon game? Is that about to be the breakout performance, or at least the threatening, or would it just have been a one-off?
Or it could have been a one-off because it could have been, hey, that's the type of defense you're playing that day,
right?
And he's the guy you need for a game like that. So it could have been a one-off. Would he have been used a lot in the Kansas City game? Like, maybe not necessarily. That's a game where you're running the ball a lot. James Cook had 27 carries, and you're throwing the ball to Kincaid. So maybe Palmer's catching just that Elijah Moore downfield pass in that game, and maybe like one other. So he's somebody I think you can count on to contribute. But it's always more about Coleman for me than it is about anybody else, because he's the guy that plays.
Right? Do you want to go and trust him?
Right? Like, is he the guy that's going to play? If I'm playing in the Super Bowl, the AFC Championship game, or I guess if I'm there, things are probably going well. He's playing 90% of my snaps. He's on the field, down in and down out in those games in the year,
and not getting throws and not being a factor.
And I would want something else. I would want another option, at least. And I don't feel comfortable about them having another option. I started to talk myself into Gabe Davis for that, but he practiced for the first time in a year, and he couldn't make it through a week of practice. And Palmer is injured right now, and I don't trust Moore or Shavers or anybody else to do it. And that's where, I don't know, like, I think every other position you got a guy that I feel pretty hopeful about. And I just don't have that. I don't have that answer right now at wide receiver. And it doesn't have to be Waddle or Olave. It doesn't even really have to be Shaheed. It could be Myers. It could be, I don't know how far I want to go down the list. You brought up Van Jefferson yesterday. Like, just give me somebody that I can sink my teeth into a little bit that can just be an option for them. And at that position specifically. Because you could say, well, they signed Elijah Moore. They signed Curtis Samuel. But those guys don't play the position that Coleman does. Those guys don't take snaps away from Keon Coleman. The only receiver on this entire roster that will ever go into Coleman's spot is Shavers. That's it. So I guess what I'm really saying is I'm looking for a Shavers replacement. Somebody that can really push Coleman for playing time.
803-0550. Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, at the bottom of their receiver roster, they have room to just get better by pushing everybody down. Brian writes in, and this is a good question. Maybe we should spend more time just making sure people know this. How do you go all in with no cap space? I feel they've attempted to go all in just due to the fact we've spent up to the cap. Where's the room now to add anything more than a complimentary guy? And the answer to that is that a lot of the guys you would consider maybe as an all-in move. Like if the Bills trade for Brian Thomas Jr. or Olave, or I'm trying to think of who, like, you want to make it Hendrickson. His cap hit is $8 million.
That one's a little bit tougher.
So here's one all-in you could probably do. I shouldn't say probably, because Curtis Samuel's cap hit, if he's traded, is going to be less.
Would Minkah Fitzpatrick be all-in?
All-in is probably defined by what you spend to get it.
Right. First-round pick would be that.
Sure. Maybe even a second-round pick would be that. But if you wanted to trade for, I'm going to throw names at you here, right? You want a defensive end, Jermaine Johnson from the Jets, who's a 1.2 cap hit, and you can also add Brian Thomas Jr., who's a $480,000 cap hit. Go from the all in. Just to answer Brian's question on Twitter, the cap, the Bills have about, I think the latest estimate is about $3 million, and you can go get some really good players for $3 million because their cap hit this year is not that much. When we say go all in, it doesn't mean spend asset like money. It means an asset. You're trading away a first. You're trading away a second to try and do this. And, the Eagles didn't, I don't know, the Eagles spent a third. Is that all in for Jalen Phillips? It feels like that's a really nice player to go acquire, right?
Yeah.
But a third-round pick is not, a third-round pick is Amari Cooper.
But it could be all in given that that's the third trade they've made.
Yeah.
It could either be, I think it could be both. It could be, if the Bills made 3 or 4 trades today and they don't trade their first-round pick, we're going to feel like that's all in.
Maybe, yeah.
But if they just make one trade and it's their first, or it's a second and a fourth to go get one of those receivers. Like, I think that's going to fall under that umbrella too.
803-0550 is our phone number. We'll get to Adam in New Jersey. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Hey, guys, how are you? Happy trade deadline day.
You as well.
I'm excited like everyone else. So I don't know if you know this, but, like, there's another site, Parlay Markets, that has us being a favorite of getting Brian Thomas Jr. I don't know how close that is. Also, I know that you guys were talking about the former coach that used to be here that is in Jacksonville to ask about Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, Chad Hall.
Why don't they just inquire with Gabe Davis and see what's going down there? Because he was in the wide receiver room.
Yep.
That's a good point. Thanks, Adam.
Now, to be fair, though, he was with Brian Thomas when things were going well and not – I don't know if Gabe Davis would know why it's going poorly this year. Yeah. Maybe he would. He's also got an injury now, though, that complicates that a little, although it's not like a long-term injury. He had an ankle injury from last week. So that might be a little bit of a factor, but probably not too much. I think that guy could really get dealt today.
Brian Thomas Jr.?
The only thing that – I think if Travis Hunter hadn't been hurt, I'd feel way more confident in that. Like, if Travis Hunter hadn't been hurt and had like a really big game last week, I'd be like, that guy's getting dealt today, and the Bills should do it. I mean, like, it's a risk because there's some bad things this year about him. But now that Hunter had a non-contact knee injury, I don't know if they would be as ready to move Thomas as they might have been like a couple weeks ago.
The latest on Hunter is the ACL is intact, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So he might not.
He might have escaped like a year-long injury.
So he might have had like the Hairston situation where you're worried right away. Turns out it's not.
But if he has the Hairston injury right now,
that's a long time.
It could be the rest of the regular season at least.
That's right. That's right. And if you're Jacksonville, what are you supposed to do here? You have a good team. You don't have a good team.
They're in a playoff spot.
They're in a playoff spot. They have beaten the Chiefs. Are you about to trade away your number one receiver when another one of them is hurt? And your offense goes to Parker Washington and Diami Brown?
Right, because it's not – before it was like, well, by moving him, we're also like we're clearing the decks for Travis Hunter to take over the offense. And with him unavailable, yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I don't think he gets traded today. And if Hunter was available or healthy, I really think Thomas was getting traded.
You have a Twitter poll up about the dream today: Olave, Waddle, Hendrickson, or Quinnen Williams.
This felt like the four.
Okay, those are the four biggest.
I'm trying to find the four best players that could get dealt today.
That you think could reasonably get dealt?
Yeah.
Okay.
That aren't like I wasn't going to put Breece Hall in there for the Bills. Although I do really think running back is on the table today
for the Bills.
Oh yeah.
You want Tony Pollard?
Something happens to James Cook. Where are they at? They are naked at that position. Their identity as an offense is on trial if anything happens to James Cook. I feel like any insurance policy today at that position is something that we should be thinking about.
Tony Pollard?
Pollard.
I mean, how do you like it?
Fine. Yeah. I don't know what the cap is for him. I haven't looked.
3.2.
Okay.
That's not great.
The guy I've mentioned before, should I throw him out there? I don't know if we're doing future Bill, former Bill today. Former Bill, future Bill? I always mess that up.
Future Bill. Former Bill, future Bill, yeah.
On Mike Giannitti's trade
Zach
tracker
Moss.
sheet on Spot Track is not Zach Moss, but Devin Singletary.
He is not James Cook.
No, he's not. I'm just saying, I don't think they trade for Breece Hall, Tony Pollard. I think if they trade for a running back, it's on the Devin Singletary level.
803-0550. If you're on hold, stick with us. And let's talk about it. Targets, rumors, cap, the juicy stuff that we get to on a trade deadline day. Ready to see some dominoes fall today. The Eagles and the Ravens are in with some trades. When will the Bills make the call? They made some cap space yesterday, and here we are. 4 p.m. today. Sometimes deals do come in after 4. It's Jeremy and Joe. Bills beat the Chiefs. Everybody's feeling great. What a time to have a deadline day. Join us here on WGR. Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just the 15-year option. So the 5th-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like you can have one player hit a button just some way, somehow you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Olave's a separator and he's fast too, but Waddle is like, when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less and I try to make Shaheed happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shaheed. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave. wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave, if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
5th-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the 5th-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons
last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a 4th. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals
and for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave. A lot of signs everything is returning to normal. Everything's right with the world, the season being back on track. After a brief lull of things not going the way they normally go, of course, we're back to normal now. Owen the Parlay Killer is back.
PK Parker.
He's back. He's back. Another solo kill of a parlay for the show. He's back.
My guy. We had to know it was coming back.
You thought I was talking about the Bills beating the Chiefs and getting better. That too. This is how you know nature is healing.
Yeah.
OP, the Parlay Killer, is back after last night. It's a good bit. He's got the bag on his head already.
248. He needed 267 from Dak. He needed 268 from Dak. So
we got our McBride touchdown, our Ferguson catches, and there it is. Like those were out of the way when I checked in and I saw at the time Dak needed like 190 more yards. I was like, oh, all right, looks like this one is toast.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the friends we make along the way. I also realized that
against the Cardinals defense of all teams is finally the team Dak doesn't go over against.
Don't forget the Cardinals defense, like their EPA and quarters 1 through 3 is good.
Right, but the fourth quarter is
a disaster. So, I mean, you got to get there in the fourth if you're going to get there. All right, we're in and out to stay on clock. Be back with your phone calls. Cardinals beat the Cowboys last night. There's some crazy stats on the Dallas defense. Every team scores their biggest offensive output of the season against Dallas. Arizona last night looked pretty good. Jacoby Brissett, touchdowns to Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride, and Arizona wins. Jeremy and Joe, your deadline desires. Let us know. 803-0550. We'll break down the latest rumors, some big names, all coming up here on WGR. Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just a 15-year option. So the fifth-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like, you can have one player hit a button, just some way, somehow, you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Waddle is... Olave's a separator, and he's fast too, but Waddle is, like, when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less and I try to make Shaheed happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shaheed. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave,
yeah.
If the price is, oh, God, could never do it. And what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
Fifth-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the fifth-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire, great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top-end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons.
Last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like, there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say, like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a fourth. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like, you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave.
Trade deadline day in the NFL. Bills creating some cap space yesterday. Taron Johnson having some money moved around creates $1.7 million of cap space for the Bills going into today. No deals yet for the Bills. Jalen Phillips from Miami to Philly, still the biggest deal that's happened in the last 24 hours. The Ravens also trading for a defensive lineman from Tennessee last night. Jerry Jones said yesterday that he has a trade in place, but there's been nothing announced to this point. The Cowboys, by the way, losing on Monday Night Football, 27-17 to the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett had 3 touchdowns on the day. Arizona goes to 3-5. Dallas falls to 3-5-1. To hockey, the Sabres are in action tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop against the Utah Mammoth. J.J. Peterka making his return to Buffalo. The Sabres are getting a little thin at forward. Yuri Kulik and Jason Zucker both dealing with sicknesses, and right now they are both considered doubtful, according to Lindy Ruff, to play tonight. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Yesterday in college basketball, which got rolling, St. Bonaventure opens their season against Bradley, winning 69-63. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Because Cole Bishop, who I think was on Brews making the leap, and then after the game, he gave the Chiefs a little peek behind the curtain.
I didn't see this.
One of the motions on 3rd down. So I'll play versus the Chargers, where he spit it out there pretty quick. So being able to know he's potentially going to throw that ball, just chasing the motion. What about this from Hairston? This is about Xavier Worthy. Finding a difference in his posture and his effort for real. When he knows he's not getting it, when it's a run, and taking it out onto the field. Those are the types of quotes you give after you've climbed the mountain when you've won your Super Bowl. Like, this is how we did it. So shout out to the Bills. They are the first and only team ever to lose 4 straight Super Bowls. They are now the first team ever to win 5 straight.
Professional troll Nick Wright doing an excellent job. An excellent job.
I'm sure he did that with a banner behind him also. That's it. Whatever.
Yes. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's trade deadline day. One thing about the Chiefs in this game, can I give you an incredible stat from this game? Incredible.
From the Chiefs-Bills game?
Yes.
Okay.
They're a bunch, whether it's that
Mahomes got hit as much as he ever has.
Mahomes got hit as much. Allen's setting the record for completion percentage. Nope. The most incredible number in this game to me. The number is 38. 38%. What was 38%?
38% was the Chiefs' success rate on passing plays.
38% was Patrick Mahomes' catchable throw rate.
Wow.
38%.
Catchable?
Yes.
Just catchable?
38% of his throws were.
That's a monster number for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 72% for uncatchable is a monster number for that.
62.
62,
yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
62% of his throws were uncatchable. That is incredible.
Wow.
That's a sign you had him all over the place. No idea what to do.
It really was like, I mean, they had, maybe the similarity is they had lineman injuries. It looked like the 2 Super Bowls they lost.
Yeah.
To Tampa and then to Philly, where they were missing linemen and they could not protect Mahomes. The difference might be that number.
Well,
because against Tampa 5 years ago, remember, Mahomes is like Superman diving, throwing balls to guys that are dropping it. This game was, I guess, he just wasn't near guys. Or they were covering really well.
Let me give you that. There's another, my second favorite stat from this game.
Yeah.
That, there's a lot made about the defensive ends and the pass rush and how they did. But Anthony Prohaska from Cover 1 had this. 52% pressure rate from the Bills, right?
Yep.
The time to pressure, the Bills' time to pressure was 3.4 seconds. The second longest of the week.
Man.
It was not quick pressure. It was coverage and confusion. That's game plan. That is what you are showing Patrick Mahomes, what he is seeing, what he thinks he sees, what he's not seeing. Joe Marino, who we'll talk to tomorrow, on his All-22 review, he said a lot of times, or whatever, several times, what the Bills did in this game was effectively rush 3 and have a 4th delay, kind of a mirror where Mahomes wasn't sure which 4 were going to come. And basically this is what I took away from Joe talking about this. The Bills would have 3 guys rush, and they were kind of allowed to maybe abandon the principles. These ideas of like a cage rush, like no, 3 are going to go, and the 4th is going to go to where he goes. So you don't have to. You keep him in a little bit, but you keep him in because you have one more guard dog to make sure wherever the gate shows up, like that guy's going to that spot. You create Mahomes in Mahomes this belief, this is my escape valve, there's someone there.
Right.
And that's what they did to him. Wouldn't that explain 1 attempt for 5 yards rushing?
Yeah, right.
He couldn't scramble. He couldn't get loose. And it wasn't with this crazy blitz packages. It was a little bit of confusion up front. Mm-hmm. And why was there a 38% catchable throw rate? Because the Bills had so many guys back in the secondary. They did not have to sell out their secondary. You know, a lot of times you'll get people saying, yeah, the formula, just rush 4. Like everybody would love to do that. That is very hard to do, to just rush 4 on a great quarterback and win. And you do it a little bit with some deception. You do it a little bit with, of course, execution and great play in your secondary. But Mahomes had the second longest time to throw this week. Coverage.
Yeah.
So credit to the defensive line, their rush lanes, all that. But, man, the coverage was really good in this game. And to keep that throw rate, whether it's because he's getting rushed or because he sees it and it doesn't look great, so he has to throw it away.
Yeah.
38% catchable throw rate. No wonder his completion percentage was like 50.
I mean, coincidence? McDermott's calling plays on Sunday?
I don't think it could be a coincidence, no.
McDermott calling plays, new guys in the secondary that I think are giving them more. I feel really good about their secondary right now.
Me too.
I feel good about it. Like, I don't know how good I should feel. You still are getting some Trey White and Jordan Poyer, although they didn't really get you killed in this game. There was not a play that I can think of where, like, man, get Trey White off the field and get Hairston in there. He was out there for half the snaps, and I didn't notice him, which I think is a good thing. I feel good about it. I feel good about their defense kind of just in general. But, again, that is maybe the thing to protect yourself against in that matchup more than anything, because they have played well against the Chiefs in the regular season before defensively, and that has not carried over. Like, what will the Chiefs do? The Chiefs were throwing the ball long, right, in this game. A lot of deep passes from Patrick Mahomes. A couple that were an interception. The one that was completed at the end of the half. Are they going to do that again if they meet in January? How will they pivot? How will they pivot? If the Bills do the same thing and maybe they do a good job at getting a rush on him, are they going to even give them an opportunity? Are we going to see them more like they were in the last 2 seasons instead of this year, which is quick game, ball out in half a second? Because in this game, it did feel like they were hunting those big plays.
For sure.
Which is kind of what they've been doing all year. And I wonder if they do that again if they see the Bills again.
Didn't it feel like they were going to Rice short early, and then that just went away?
A couple times.
Early in the game, I thought, Rice is going to catch 10 balls in this game, and they just did not.
They went short to him on that 4th and 3, and Bishop was ready for it.
That's right. And then they didn't. Did they go to him short again?
Maybe they didn't after that.
That's one of their better plays, and that didn't work, and they kind of gave up on that. I don't think you got the Chiefs' best. You probably didn't get the Bills' very best. You got some of their best, but we'll see if they meet again. Is it possible that Michael Hoyt, by the end of the season, will have the top-selling jersey for a guy that played 2 games? Can I tell you what he just tweeted this morning?
What'd he tweet? This guy's really becoming like a mythical being.
Well,
it kind of landed up. All the hype, the buildup of him returning and then looking so good, and now he goes away. So our only impression of him, like I tweeted out like a month ago, like he'd have to be Bruce Smith to make this defense look better. And then he showed up and was like Bruce Smith for 7 quarters. And then he went away. Yeah. So now everyone's like, this guy's amazing. He's like an all-pro. What'd he tweet?
He got up early this morning. He tweeted. He's up at 4:40 a.m. And Michael Hoyt tweets, quote, "Until death, all defeat is psychological. Be back soon." That goes hard at 4:40 a.m.
That's pretty intense. Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever bought a jersey off a tweet, but I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Until death, all defeat is psychological.
Yep.
All right, man. I was thinking of like the Chuck Norris jokes for Michael Hoyt, because when the cart came off for him and he waved it off, like, no. The cart doesn't come for Michael Hoyt. Michael Hoyt comes for the cart.
The cart shows up. He just flips it.
Throws it. Get it out of here.
Yeah.
All right, Derek in Cape Cod on deadline day. Hey, Derek, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got solutions. Here we go.
Okay.
Calvin Ridley. If we could fit him under the cap, I think he'd be a good acquisition. So that would be my receiver to get. Next, defensive help, Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, for the Bengals, that would be fantastic, but I really don't know if we could even afford that. But this last one, I think we can make work. I know he's a punk. He's had his issues with Josh Allen, but it was a deep tackle from Miami.
Christian Wilkins, yeah.
Yeah. How about we try to get that big guy in here and see if he wants to play on a one-year deal, and let's make it work. And that's all I got. If you could keep me on, that'd be great.
Thanks, Derek.
Go Bills.
Your names were Ridley. Who was the middle guy?
So obviously Hendrickson.
Okay. I'll get you some. I'll get you some numbers on this. So Hendrickson's cap hit for this year would be $8 million. The Bills would have to do a lot more work to create space for that.
Yep.
Ridley's is even bigger. That's 11.5. You have to do a lot for that. It is one of these spots where the higher a player's cap number, the less it would take to get him. Could you get Ridley for a fifth if you wanted him? Maybe.
He might be the cheapest of these guys.
Because the cap hit is high and a team would... He's also due $55 million through 2027. So Ridley, to me, seems like a much worse idea at age 31 than Olave that might cost you a first and is due a quarter of that money and is 25. Like, you just get better years.
Also, Olave, Waddle, Myers, Shaheed, I feel like all these guys are just more reliable. I think Ridley could drive people nuts.
Hendrickson,
for the drop problems and just like headaches.
Hendrickson, the Bengals probably should have traded in the offseason. Could have got a nice haul for him.
Yeah.
Now you're asking for a first-round pick for 10 games in postseason. We'll see. I don't know who's going to go for that. Somebody might.
That might be one of those conditional trades, which it only becomes a first if you re-sign him.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Like a second, if you re-signs, it's a one.
Yeah.
And then Christian Wilkins, he's just not active in the league this year, right?
He had the foot injury, and he's not on a team.
Yeah, so you don't have to trade for him. There's no deadline for him today. If you wanted to sign him in a month, you could. He's also got an investigation with the league for...
It was a weird.
It's been an odd story.
Room.
I don't think Christian Wilkins is going to be a guy the Bills go for, but you never know. So, but thanks, Derek. Those are two of the more expensive options.
Yeah.
Again, if you go to Spot Trek, current NFL trade candidates, you can kind of play this game. Thanks to Spot Trek and Mike Giannetti for putting this out. You can sort by who's available and who's not. How about a guy that did the Steelers just acquire? Kyle Duggar, right? If they he was cheap for them to acquire. His cap hit was pretty cheap. The second cheapest guy to acquire on the cap is Brian Thomas Jr.
Okay,
which I know that's why it's expensive in draft dollars, a first round pick or whatever it might be, because he's not. You don't have a lot of money on the hook. You want Jalen Wright, Dolphins running back?
No.
Okay. You want Keaton Mitchell? You're over here talking running back.
Keaton Mitchell's an idea. I don't know why Baltimore would trade him.
Zamir White?
Zamir White, who I think started over James Cook at Georgia.
Aha.
There's a connection there. Is Hendrickson, though, does Hendrickson make sense anymore? He's great. I can't imagine the Bills would get a better player than him today. Like, he led the league in sacks a year ago. He does have a nagging injury, though, doesn't he, right now, too?
Yep.
How does it fit? You trade for him, and then what? Like, he's definitely playing, but now Rousseau becomes... I mean, I guess it's all rotational, but Rousseau now is not really a starter. Or is Rousseau doing kind of the Hoyt role where he's kicking inside as a pass rusher on those pass downs?
He's done quite a bit in his college career.
Listen, that's a little tantalizing. Like, I can listen to the idea of I'm lining up on a 3rd and 10, and I've got Joey Bosa and Trey Hendrickson on the edge, and I've got Greg Rousseau and Deion Walker in the middle. Like, I can get behind that. But the other part of it long term is I'm going to want to keep him, so I'm probably not re-signing Bosa. Because I'm not keeping both of those guys. I guess, does Bosa make the Hendrickson trade idea does it neuter it a little bit?
I think so. I don't think they have a great need for edge. If you want to go defensive tackle, I might be more interested in that. Worth pointing out, I want to get to something else here. Worth pointing out that the Eagles and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, right? Like that kind of, it was one of those games you get not every 10 years, but every like 4 or 5 years. You'll have a game where a team can't protect and then they lose, and it's like there's the formula to beating them. The Chiefs and the Eagles have played in the Super Bowl twice,
right,
in the last 3 years.
Right.
Last year, what the Eagles do? Harassed Mahomes. They also scored 40 and ran out to win that game. They got a pick 6 in that game. Like, they ran out to a big lead and held on and blew them out. It was amazing. And it was all about how, like, wow, they only got there with 4. Do you remember what happened in the Super Bowl between those two teams 2 years prior?
Hurts was great.
Hurts was great, but he had a fumble, and they had the fumble go back for a touchdown, I believe. But in that game, that's the year the Eagles go in as the number 1 sack team in NFL history.
Yeah, they couldn't get near him.
And they didn't touch him.
Right.
So for every time you think, oh, you just got to be a great pass rush, sometimes teams will have answers for that, sometimes they won't. Super Bowl 57, 38-35 Chiefs, the number 1 sack team, the Eagles, they didn't touch them.
Right.
2 years later, I don't think they were thought of as dominant defensively, but they did get there. And, you know, that's I'm going to use one of Sal's phrases here. Every game has its own DNA, right? In this game, in this Bills-Chiefs game that we just saw, the Bills outplayed the Chiefs, and they wildly outcoached them. They were so much better prepared. Were they more keyed in on this game than others? Were they more opponent-specific than others?
Mm-hmm.
Quite possibly. Could the Chiefs have thought, you know, let's do what we do, we think we'll be okay, and turns out, oh, you're not okay. You don't have the answers for them. So if they do meet again, we'll see how it goes. But it was they certainly outcoached the Chiefs in this game, which, again, like as we talk about these, they meet once and they meet again. There are examples of the Bills out-coaching that other coaching staff. Which, by the way, did you see the video of Steve Spagnuolo and Josh Allen at midfield hugging and saying
yes.
Spagnuolo says, well, I'll tell you a funny story first. The first time I saw the tweet, I just saw what was said, which was, I hate playing you. I want you to retire.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure who said it to who.
I didn't know either. Yeah,
and
same thing.
It's Spagnuolo saying it to Josh.
Yeah,
and I wasn't sure who said it to who. But of course, like this wouldn't have been a game that was too great for Steve Spagnuolo. But is there any one person more responsible for the Bills not getting past the Chiefs? He comes up with like 2 play calls, and there it is.
At least last game for sure.
Last game for sure. Yeah.
Rappaport's reporting the Bengals are trading linebacker Logan Wilson to the Cowboys.
All right, that's a player that the Bills had been linked to. And there's Jerry Jones.
Why? Because Wyoming, right?
Yeah,
played with Josh at Wyoming.
There's Jerry Jones. We have a deal in place.
Yep.
Logan Wilson to the Cowboys.
He's good.
They need about 10 more defensive players, the Cowboys do.
Yeah.
Ed in Boston. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, you're right about that for Dallas. Thanks for taking the call, and it was good to hear Derek from the Cape. You got a lot of Buffalo fans in the Boston area.
Nice.
So this team is a little confounding to me, the Bills. You have such a good game against the Chiefs, but you just struggle game plan wise and play wise against the Pats and the Falcons. But I guess my view on the trade deadline would be on the defensive side. And if you look at the trend, Von Miller injured, Eddie Oliver injured. Was it Hoyt?
Yeah, they pick up almost. It's so strange. They get so many injuries on defense, and their offense somehow has skated out and not had too many.
Exactly. And it's interesting. I bounce back and forth between the Boston radio sports show and your show. And this morning they're talking about the Patriots going all in. Now they've got a lot more cap space than the Bills do, but I just worry so much that this window is not closing. There's 3, 4, 5 years. Hopefully, but something has got to occur. I don't know what it is, and you guys some other day can talk about if 9, 10 years is too long for the coaching staff and guys start to tune coaches out. But I'd love to see something happen over the next 2 years. I'll let you guys talk. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Right, John. Like the thing about windows, I mean, right, the Bills are going to be in a Super Bowl window as long as Josh Allen is playing at an MVP level, and he's 29 years old. And there's every reason to believe that he could do that for what, Joe? 7 more seasons? Like, what's a fair 35 years old? I'm not going to go to Brady's age, but you should
go
have
to 34, 35.
You should have many more years of it. However,
it's a good start.
Like, let's use New England as a point here. I don't know that they're quite prepared to go all in and win like the AFC this year. Drake May's been pretty good. Right now, his biggest piece of kryptonite is he takes a lot of sacks. May take sacks. Then again, Allen's taking more sacks than he normally does too. So next year, what does New England look like? If Drake May is in fact on this ascent to become one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, even if he's not better than Josh, if by next year he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, well, the Bills' window hasn't closed, but your road has gotten considerably tougher for the next 5 to 6 to 7 to 10 years. The same way that we kind of talked about this. Lamar in the North, Mahomes in the West, your best challenger. Who is it in the division that's making your life harder? And for the Ravens, the Steelers were there, and Burrow is there a little bit too. For the Chiefs, there's not really been a great challenger. You're kind of waiting for Herbert and the Chargers. And if all of a sudden you just wake up, all right, now it's Josh Allen's age 30 season. He's still great. You still have a great team. But now one of the 3 toughest teams you're going to face, you play twice a year. They're in your division, and they're fighting for your home game every single year. Like, the road gets a lot tougher. So that can always happen. You might get it where you live life like the Chiefs, where you're looking up at 2 teams.
Yeah.
I don't expect that for the Bills soon, but, things are constantly moving. And as we look at this window in the big picture, open for a long time. But in the smaller picture, you're going to have better years where this is the time. And the 1 seed race, it's down to what, 3 teams? It feels like it should be down to 3 teams. It's Bills, Patriots, Colts. Should it be anybody else? Chargers, okay. Broncos?
Broncos just because they have 2 losses, but they have not looked impressive enough to me to think they're going to be the 1
They
seed.
don't look like a 1-seed team?
No. I really think it's going to come down to Bills and Patriots. I don't even think it's going to be the Colts. I think it's going to be the Bills and the Patriots. Whoever wins the division. Like, right now, I would pick the AFC East winner. If you give me AFC East winner or the field
as the 1 seed?
As the 1 seed, I would absolutely take the AFC East.
Yeah. 803-0550. If you're on hold, stay with us. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it is trade deadline day. The deadline is going to be coming up at 4 o'clock today. And, again, sometimes those trades get announced after the deadline has expired. Sabres play tonight against Utah. It's Joe, it's a mammoth game. Sorry.
Well done.
It's not.
Is it a must-win?
It's not. They all are.
You called Boston a must-win, and then they didn't win.
They didn't win it. Yeah. Well,
so I guess the season's over.
It's a must point. Should we get to the absurdity?
Listen, they're getting points in every game, and they've gained 0 ground.
That's because
they're giving points to everybody else. Toronto should be in last place in the Eastern Conference,
and they're in 3rd in the division
because they stole 2 points from the Sabres. Yeah,
the NHL Eastern Conference standings are hilarious.
They're a joke.
Go look at the standings. It's like the season didn't start yet. Really, we're a month in, and the season hasn't started. So, yeah, Sabres and Utah tonight. Does Peterka get a hello, welcome back video? He should. Fun player. Scored some nice goals.
More of a welcome back than a thank you.
Sure, that's right.
Yeah.
Welcome back, JJ the Turkey. Had an all-time great nickname.
Does he get cheered?
He gets gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
He gets
We lost that. That was right there. It was going to be there for us for a long time, but he's gone. But the Sabres, rather, are doing just fine in the replacements they've picked up so far. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. One thing about the Chiefs in this game, can I give you an incredible stat from this game? Incredible.
From the Chiefs-Bills game?
Yes.
Okay.
They're a bunch, whether it's that
Mahomes got hit as much as he ever has.
Mahomes got hit as much. Allen's setting the record for completion percentage. Nope. The most incredible number in this game to me. The number is 38. 38%. What was 38%?
38% was the Chiefs' success rate on passing plays.
38% was Patrick Mahomes' catchable throw rate.
Wow.
38%.
Catchable?
Yes.
Just catchable?
38% of his throws were.
That's a monster number for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 72% for uncatchable is a monster number for that.
62.
62,
yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
62% of his throws were uncatchable. That is incredible.
Wow.
That's a sign you had him all over the place, no idea what to do.
It really was like, I mean, they had, maybe the similarity is they had lineman injuries. It looked like the 2 Super Bowls they lost.
Yeah.
To Tampa and then to Philly where they were missing linemen and they could not protect Mahomes. The difference might be that number.
Well,
because against Tampa 5 years ago, remember, Mahomes is like Superman diving, throwing balls to guys that are dropping it. This game was, I guess, he just wasn't near guys. Or they were covering really well.
Let me give you that. There's another my second favorite stat from this game.
Yeah.
That, there's a lot made about the defensive ends and the pass rush and how they did. But Anthony Prohaska from Cover 1 had this. 52% pressure rate from the Bills, right?
Yep.
The time to pressure, the Bills' time to pressure was 3.4 seconds. The second longest of the week.
Man.
It was not quick pressure. It was coverage and confusion. That's game plan. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave,
yeah,
if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
5th-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the 5th-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons
last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a 4th. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first for Waddle.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave.
First big trade of the morning in the NFL. The Bengals are sending starting linebacker Logan Wilson to the Dallas Cowboys. No word yet on what is being sent back. Dallas losing last night on Monday Night Football to Arizona. Couple of reports. Ryan Talbot, one says that the Bills had reportedly shown interest in Wilson, but now he is off to Dallas. The Bills did create some cap space yesterday if they were to make a trade today. Taron Johnson's contract restructured a little bit to create $1.7 million of extra space for the Bills going into the deadline today, which is at 4 o'clock. Sabres in action tonight at 7 against the Utah Mammoth. Getting a little thin at forward. Yuri Kulik and Jason Zucker are doubtful for tonight's game. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Attitude. That's a key step in everything, right? Is attitude and understanding how we want things done, and that takes time. Not that it was bad. It's just that it's at another level, and you got to be nasty if you want to play good defense. If you're not tough as a defense, if you want to play finesse defense, that doesn't work. So I'm really proud of the staff defensively, led by Bobby, and then the way that the guys have embraced that attitude and that nastiness.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, defense playing with a little bit of fire. And then they certainly looked up to the task against Patrick Mahomes on Sunday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Sabres defenseman and Captain Rasmus Dalin joins us at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll check in with him for our Tuesday morning Sabres chatter. Sabres in Utah tonight, and Utah tonight from KeyBank Center. So that's a good time. Sabres and Mammoth. And then Howard picks the Bills at 8:30 here in studio. We're taking your calls here on trade deadline day. Logan Wilson has been traded reportedly to the Cowboys.
I would love to see Jamar Chase and Chase Brown's reaction as they were furious after last week. It was Chase was walking to the locker room just muttering, "One stop. We just needed one stop." And then Chase Brown went off about it in the locker room about not getting a stop, and then they just traded one of their better defensive players.
Is there anything funny that the Cowboys, who are an absolute disaster defensively, are looking for defensive help, and they think, what other team is equally as horrid as we are defensively? Cincinnati. Get one of their players.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
Let's get a guy from the only defense worse than us.
Right. Logan Wilson. So he's off. But this is probably a sign that the Bengals are ready to call the year. Right?
Yeah.
Logan Wilson gone. If they're smart, they should trade Hendrickson. If they're not going to sign him back, which I don't think they're going to, he doesn't want to re-sign.
Right.
They should call it what it is and trade Hendrickson and just go.
How far do they go with that? It's just defensive, those guys, right? Like,
yep.
They're not trading T. Higgins, are they?
It's funny you say that, as I just wrote in T. Higgins spot track into my search bar.
Because there's nobody else I would really think about.
No.
He'd be the guy.
His cap hit's too big. He just signed a 4-year, $115 million contract. It's
right.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, happy trade deadline day. Sometimes they come in after 4 p.m. I'm trying to think of some names, like who aren't we saying? Who aren't we thinking about? What names should be mentioned that aren't being mentioned? And the more interesting thing to me than figuring out the players is what teams will do what. How aggressive will somebody get? The Rams look good too, and that's a team that likes to get aggressive.
Yep.
And with their quarterback, like, you want to talk about windows, what's the Rams window? This year? Is that it? Stafford was considering retirement, had back issues.
He's also playing unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
So, like, he's playing well enough for them to go in.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's one of the 4 MVP favorites.
He should be. He should probably be the favorite with the way he's playing, but a lot of MVP. If you don't run it, you're not going to get a lot of credit. Is that not wrong? Like, Mahomes scrambles, Lamar scrambles on the ground. Like, a running quarterback has so much more value. And Stafford, his over-under on scrambles in a season is like 5
yards.
So it's all thrown. I don't know if he gets enough credit. He's having a great year.
But they've been awesome. Really, how many teams do we know for sure are sellers? Miami's a seller. The Jets are a seller.
Cincinnati
is a seller.
New Orleans, you would think.
Okay.
But have they traded anybody away yet?
Not yet. Tennessee.
Okay. Tennessee
definitely
has traded an edge rusher away.
That's 5. Anybody else? Are the Raiders going to do it? They should. They're 2-6.
They're not often very smart.
No, they're not. They're talking about trading Myers. So there's one. Are the Giants a seller? Do they want to pick apart a team with a rookie quarterback? Where do the GM and the coach feel like they're at?
Yeah.
I saw Boomer Esiason talking about yesterday. Like the change winds are blowing.
The Browns should be, right?
The Browns should be for sure. Like, is Jerry Jeudy a guy they'll trade? Will they think about Garrett?
You know who should be? Washington should be selling.
Yep.
3-6 and your quarterback's out. You should be selling. The NFC is too tough for you.
I saw someone ask about Deebo Samuel yesterday.
Okay.
I do not want him for the Bills. But he's somebody that could get dealt to another team.
Meanwhile, the NFC West should be flush with buyers. Seahawks, Rams, Niners are 6-2, 6-2, and 6-3.
Yep.
Ryan in North Carolina. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Hey, thanks. I heard you just say the Jets and Dolphins are probably sellers. I'm thinking, no one's mentioned this, but why not consider moving Ed Oliver in a draft pick to try to get a premier defensive tackle? I mean, Ed Oliver's not damaged goods. He'll be fine by the end of the year. For a team like the Dolphins to give up Zach Sealer and get a draft pick and a solid player back. I mean, I know we love Ed Oliver, but hey, our Super Bowl window's here. Let's get an impact player. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. I just don't see any scenario where trading Ed Oliver is possible. Or
what would you be doing? You'd be trading Ed Oliver along with a pick to get like Quinnen Williams?
He said Zach Sealer from
Miami. I don't want to do it for Zach Sealer. If you want to do it for Quinnen Williams, and I don't think you're doing that.
No, you're not trading Ed Oliver. It's just, that's...
Yeah, I mean, they would save $2 million if they traded him. So you'd save $2 million of the. Let's say it was Quinnen Williams. You'd save 2 of the 8 that you have to find to pay him, and then you're attaching a 3rd-round pick.
You're not trading at Oliver. I'm just gonna keep saying that. Like that is a legitimate dynasty fantasy football trade. It's like, I'll trade an injured player to you because you're not good.
100%.
Like
that's a trade I would look for in my league. Right. Like if I know a guy's out and you're out of it, but you're gonna want to win next year, you're basically you're getting a perfect swap.
Sure. Oh, I'll trade you. I did this last year. Rashee Rice. He tore his ACL. I got a bad team. Like, sure, I'll trade for him.
I have a good team right now. I'm trying to trade Malik Neighbors on.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
That's like a keeper league. But
sure.
yeah.
But yeah, that's they're not trading at Oliver. JB in Atlanta. Hey, Jet. Hey, JB.
Good morning, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. And I'm going to preface my comment by saying I know it sounds crazy, and I'm not sure if it's even doable.
You know what? It's deadline day.
I want to hear it.
JB, if you're going to get a crazy idea in, like today's the day to do it because,
There you go. But I was listening to Let's Go with Jim Gray and Matt Stafford last night, and a name came up that made me say, that's kind of interesting. And my question would be, what would it take, and does it even make sense, to try and get Aaron Donald to come out of retirement?
So he hasn't played in 2 years, but he was still unbelievable the last time he played. Also, I think he had years left with the Rams.
Yeah,
if he ever were to come out of retirement, the Rams would own his rights, and I would imagine he would just play for the Rams because they're still really good.
Yeah.
So I don't think so. Sure, I mean, if you called him and he could get out of that deal and he wanted to come here, then I'm not going to tell you no. I just don't think it's possible. Also, he feels like one of these guys that's content. He retired a couple years ago. This was Andrew Luck. How long do you ask, hey, could you get this guy out of retirement? And eventually it's like, no, this guy's probably just done. I think that's where Donald is.
AJ in Syracuse. Good morning, AJ.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, with the offense looking a little bit different this year, I mean, I know as of late, we're always asking for a better run game, give Cook the ball more. Now that he's getting it more and the offense looks a little bit different with utilizing the tight ends, do you think it's possible to ever go after like another vertical tight end at all to add to Kincaid, or do you think that's not something that we do?
I think they are so loaded at the position already. I mean, I'm asking and rooting for Kincaid to get to half the snaps.
Right.
Like to add another guy, I just don't I don't see it.
Listen, they got Knox vertical last week on a play where they kind of faked the screen out to the side and threw it to Knox.
If Knox didn't exist, maybe no, they're not going to have 4 tight ends all that play. No, it's not.
This is all sending me back to what if instead you just added a receiver?
Right.
They draft running backs all the time. They draft tight ends. They draft running backs and tight ends more often than receiver. And I just feel like, what if instead you just added a receiver? Which had been the very popular leading candidate for what position they trade for until Sunday. And I don't know that it has changed too much. The Hoyt injury is the number one thing that might have changed it. So.
No, I mean, it was really the only position that didn't contribute to the win a lot. Right?
Yeah.
Everything else did.
Right.
Like receiver, it was just Shakir. And then the one good Elijah Moore play down the field. Like, otherwise, you saw Kincaid and his value to it. But, yeah, no, I think it's still receiver. If anything, I think those defensive positions, you feel better about them. The Bills, you could look at their history and look at their record and say, like, what do I really need to trade for on offense? They're 6-2. They're scoring points, 30 points a game, right? Do you know the Bills have allowed the third fewest points in the league since week 1? Like, I'm not saying their defense is great. I think there are a lot of they played some bad teams.
They played some bad teams and backup quarterbacks, but they did a good job against Mahomes.
And there are some numbers that show like that they're not as good as that anyway. But at the end of the day, I've got a team that's allowed the third fewest points, fourth fewest per game, by the way. So it's not really like a bye week thing since that Ravens game. And they've dealt with injuries throughout that. Yeah. That's with Tre'Davious White playing a lot and Taylor Rapp playing a lot. So, tell me again, how much they really need to funnel more into the defense? They're getting by. Or in this past case, they're doing great.
803-0550 is our phone number. Deadline day. Last chance to get ideas in, because after today, I guess they could still call Aaron Donald, and they could still go for someone else suggested Christian Wilkins. But in terms of
who else is retired?
Trades.
What's Luke Kuechly doing?
Well, go for former Bills instead.
Former Bills that are retired?
Go for Star Latulele.
No, thank you.
No? All right. The Cardinals are the 5th team this season to have their season high against the Cowboys. The Giants, Packers, Panthers, Broncos, and Cardinals have all scored their season high in points against the Cowboys. And I also saw a stat that 5 teams in a row have scored 14 points less the following week after they played the Cowboys. So for those of you who like to, maybe look into some inflated lines or this or that, you play the Cowboys, the next week you score 14 less because that's how bad the Cowboys defense is. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it is WGR. It is trade deadline day, and we've got a Sabres game tonight as well. Sabres and Utah Mammoth, and we'll get to the NHL standings when we get back because they are hilarious. It's a hilarious look at the standings. I don't even know what to do with it. The Sabres are in last, but if they win tonight, they're in the playoffs. Kind of. That's what we're looking at in the East. It's nuts. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. There are a lot of signs everything is returning to normal. Everything's right with the world, the season being back on track. After a brief lull of things not going the way they normally go, of course, we're back to normal now. Owen the Parlay Killer is back.
PK Parker?
He's back. He's back. Another solo kill of a parlay for the show. He's back.
My guy. We had to know it was coming back.
You thought I was talking about the Bills beating the Chiefs and getting better. That too. This is how you know nature is healing.
Yeah.
OP, the Parlay Killer, is back after last night. It's a good bit. He's got the bag on his head already.
248. He needed 267 from Dak. He needed 268 from Dak. So
we got our McBride touchdown, our Ferguson catches, and there it is. Those were out of the way when I checked in and I saw at the time Dak needed 190 more yards. I was like, oh, all right, looks like this one is toast.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the friends we make along the way. I also realized that
against the Cardinals defense of all teams is finally the team Dak doesn't go over against.
Don't forget the Cardinals defense, their EPA and quarters 1 through 3 is good.
Right, but the fourth quarter
they're a disaster. So, you got to get there in the fourth if you're going to get there. Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just the 15-year option. So the 5th-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like, you can have one player hit a button, just some way, somehow, you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Waddle is... Olave's a separator, and he's fast, too. But Waddle is, like, when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less, and I try to make Shaheed happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shaheed. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave. One thing about the Chiefs in this game, can I give you an incredible stat from this game? Incredible.
From the Chiefs-Bills game?
Yes.
Okay.
There are a bunch, whether it's that
Mahomes got hit as much as he ever has.
Mahomes got hit as much. Allen's setting the record for completion percentage. Nope. The most incredible number in this game to me. The number is 38. 38%. What was 38%?
38% was the Chiefs' success rate on passing plays.
38% was Patrick Mahomes' catchable throw rate.
Wow.
38%.
Catchable?
Yes.
Just catchable?
38% of his throws work.
That's a monster number for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 72% for uncatchable is a monster number for that.
62.
62,
yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
62% of his throws were uncatchable. That is incredible.
Wow.
That's a sign you had him all over the place, no idea what to do.
It really was like, I mean, they had, maybe the similarity is they had lineman injuries. It looked like the 2 Super Bowls they lost.
Yeah.
To Tampa and then to Philly, where they were missing linemen and they could not protect Mahomes. The difference might be that number.
Well,
because against Tampa 5 years ago, remember, Mahomes is like Superman diving, throwing balls to guys that are dropping it. This game was, I guess, he just wasn't near guys. Or they were covering really well.
Let me give you that. There's another my second favorite stat from this game.
Yeah.
That, there's a lot made about the defensive ends and the pass rush and how they did. But Anthony Prohaska from Cover 1 had this. 52% pressure rate from the Bills, right?
Yep.
The time to pressure, the Bills' time to pressure was 3.4 seconds. The second longest of the week.
Man.
It was not quick pressure. It was coverage and confusion. That's game plan. Hey, good morning. Tuesday, trade deadline day here on WGR. Jeremy and Joe with you. Owen Parker running the stream.
PK Parker.
OP. No, he's not 0-8 anymore. Owen Parker, the parlay killer, who killed our parlay last night again.
Dak Prescott.
It happens. It happens. Dan Dale's producing. What's going on in the chat today, the YouTube chat? Oh, we got any spiciness? I mean, it's trade deadline day, so people are actually allowed to get a little bit loose.
Yeah, we had one of the earliest comments was one of my favorite trade proposals I've ever seen. It was just Moore and Samuel for Brian Thomas Jr.
Okay,
That's, all that takes.
Call him up. Yeah, call him up. See how it goes.
Right? We'd all do that.
Anything else? Yesterday, people were arguing in the chat about Owen Power, which is pretty much what happens
every
the
day.
time.
That happens every day.
day.
No matter if it could be the middle of the summer and people are arguing about
We
Owen
should just
Power in the chat.
rename it from the chat to like the Owen Parker Reddit. Or the Owen Power Reddit.
There we go.
The Owen Power Reddit. Just argue about Owen Power all the time.
Yeah, just a lot of there's some confusion. Like, they don't have any room. Yes, they do. They don't have any room. Yes, they do. There's a lot of that going on, too. So,
all right.
People are confused out here.
Had an email question about Joey Bosa. This is a good question. When would the Bills consider extending him? I mean, right now, his cap hit next year is $7 million, and he's not on the team.
Right, that's a void year, right?
Yeah. There are 4 void years on Bosa's deal. So there's a cap hit of 7.2 for next year, and they could just, I think, look into some sort of extension.
Yep.
And see how that goes. But
would you want to wait to make sure he gets through the whole season healthy?
You might. The more you do that, the more it might cost.
True.
But you could also, I don't know. He at overthecap.com, he is a restructure candidate. But right when they signed Bosa, one of the takeaways, what we said was, there's a big cap hit on him next year,
right?
Because of the void years. So if you can extend him because it's going well, maybe you could save money on next year's cap and maybe save money on this year's cap. We'll see.
He also is playing more than like when he first got here. It was bubble wrap, right? Like protect his snaps, manage it, keep him healthy for the playoffs, and he's playing more snaps than he has in 4 years. 66%.
Can I take some of the Bosa has been hurt so much and sprinkle over Chris Olave whatever's been sprinkled over Joey Bosa? Like, hey, this guy's hurt too much to make that investment. Like, well, sometimes the guys hurt too much and then they just stay healthy. Knock on wood. But Bosa's been healthy and has he been better than advertised? We're getting close to better than advertised.
You know,
he's exceeded expectations.
Just about. Didn't you say a home run would be 8 sacks and him healthy for the playoffs? Because that's exactly what he's on pace for.
Well, 8 sacks is good.
It's good.
And he's got a lot of pressure. Yeah. And 8 sacks is good.
8 sacks is maybe about what we were expecting.
Check out his pass rush win rate, his pressure rate.
Yeah.
He's got really good advanced numbers, and he's forced turnovers and forced fumbles. You know, like pass rush win rate, he's done pretty good. Joey Bosa, is he in the top 20 in pass rush win rate? He is not there. Let me see what he's at in pressure rate. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sabres captain Rasmus Dalin when we return. Sabres and Utah tonight, and if you look at the NHL standings, they are hilarious. The Sabres are tied for last with 13 points. They're also tied for 13th.
Yeah.
And they are 1 point back of Carolina. They're 2 points back of the Leafs, so we're in third in the division. They're 5 points out of the division lead. The entire East is between 18 and 13 points a month in.
Yeah.
The West is between 19 and 8 points, so there's a little bit of a stretch there on the West. Anyway, 803-0550, our number. Rasmus Dalin, then Howard picks the Bills here on WGR. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave, if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
5th-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the 5th-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire, great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver
Yep.
when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons.
Last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would, if they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a 4th. Let's make sure we still
down.
We still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a
You've
first
seen that
for
for
Waddle.
Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave.
It's trade deadline day in the NFL. One deal in the last couple of minutes. Logan Wilson, Bengals linebacker, sent to Dallas for a late-round pick. Nothing from the Bills yet. They did create some cap space by moving money around in Taron Johnson's contract. 4 o'clock deadline today. Sabres are in action tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop against the Utah Mammoth. We'll have pregame starting at 6, and we'll speak with Rasmus Dalin coming up next, so stay tuned. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Far circle is there. No one time with that stick, though, is Dalin. He fires and scores. Doan in front of the net, had traffic with him, and the Sabres get the goal on the power play. With 3:59 remaining in the second, it's a 2-1 Boston lead.
Sabres play tonight. They're home for a game with the Utah Mammoth. It is also NFL trade deadline day. We're tracking the latest rumblings, rumors, all that, and 4 o'clock today. We'll see if the Bills make any moves. They did make some financial stuff to get some wiggle room with a restructuring of Taron Johnson's deal. So they created a little more space. Many think, of course, that'll lead to a trade, or that's a precursor to some sort of trade. So we'll keep you updated on that. But for the Sabres tonight, a face-off at KeyBank Center against the Utah Mammoth. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Sabres captain Rasmus Dalin ahead of the game. Rasmus, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time here on a game day.
Good morning. Yeah, of course.
We were talking last segment, kind of looking at the Eastern Conference standings, and I don't know how much you're doing that or you guys are doing that, but the whole thing kind of looks like the season is barely started. We haven't seen teams really separate at this point, and for you guys, 8 points in 9 games has meant that you're, you'd like to maybe be a little higher, but you're right in the thick of it because the East is still, I guess, mostly just the thick of it.
Yeah, it's a very tight division. I think it's going to be that way all year. So every point matters right now, and it's fun. It's tight.
What is it like to get the overtime losses? I mean, this format is not new, Rasmus, but when they go on the standings as losses, but the points do matter just the same. How is it when there are a bunch of those in a row?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to win those. But to get a point out of those games, it's very important too, because 1 point matters so much in this league. You remember a couple of years back we lost we lost by 1 point to get into playoffs. So every single point matters. Obviously you want to win those games, but like I said, 1 point matters.
Yeah, do you feel, I mean, it's kind of coincidentally we're talking after 4 straight overtime games, so maybe you feel like this is true, but do you feel like the way you guys play now, there's going to be tighter games, you're going to stay in games more, and there could be more overtime games this year than maybe you've seen in the past?
I think so. We play a more solid game. We have a defense-first type mentality this year, and we don't take any chances really. So, we're happy to win a game with 2-1, 3-2, games like that. That's the type of games I think you guys will see this year.
If there are more overtime games, by the way, do you or players like playing 3-on-3 overtime? Is it more stressful? Do you feel like as a skilled player, it's good for you? Like, how do you think about it?
I like it. You have a lot of time and space, but the league has evolved too, so you kind of know how to play 3-on-3 as defense, and it's not easy out there. It's there's a car honking at me, so I got no, but yeah, it's tight too, but it's fun. I mean, if you make one mistake, it's in the back of the net, so it matters a lot.
Let's just speak on that overtime. If you make a mistake, it's why we see teams play so much possession, right, in overtime, and it's almost like it kind of becomes like lacrosse, passing it around and making sure you don't give up the ball. Do you feel like that is, I don't know, is that a positive evolution of what's happened to overtime?
I mean, it's not really exciting to see for the fans, but that's how it is right now, and guys are smart on the ice, so you got to keep the puck and not try to go too much one-on-one. It's like I said, it's tight. It's you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. How about your game right now, Rasmus? I mean, you've been in the league for quite some time. Personal goals this year? Coming into this year, was there anything you had on your personal plate, or is it more just about whatever it takes to get this team to finally get into the playoffs?
Yeah. Honestly, my game, I don't really. Obviously, I want to become the best. I'm not satisfied until I'm number one. But here and now, all I want is to get to the playoffs. That's all it is right now.
You say you want to be like number one, your game at your best. Where do you feel it is right now?
I got way more to give. I got more in me for sure.
Rasmus Dalin with us. You spoke a little bit about how the team's been playing this year so far. It is kind of funny that the standings, I mean, you still are, again, like right in the pack. I feel like fans are mostly happy with the way that the team has looked. Again, like the drought and not making the playoffs for so long, people can be on edge. Do you feel like you're seeing a team that maybe fans are that like, okay, this is going to be, it could be close, but that you see a team that'll be in the mix all the way to the very end?
Yeah, for sure. I do think so, for sure. We have been taking steps since the past, I don't know, three years here, or more, honestly. So I think we are in a better position and we are a better team. And we're playing more of a solid game. We know what NHL is about now. We're older mentally, and we kind of know what it takes.
One thing that has been better this year so far is the power play. At least the results have looked better. Did you guys change anything from the last two seasons to this year? Is there anything that comes to your mind for why the goals are going in more this season?
Yeah, we've been working hard with the power play. There's some things we have tweaked. But I think it's the easy fundamentals we've got it better at. We win 50-50 battles, we get pucks back, and we win the rebounds, and it's those little things that adds up.
How much of that's Benson and Doan? I'm not sure those were two players people were expecting to play big roles on the power play, but you just mentioned puck retrievals, and I immediately thought of them.
Yeah, you got it. Those two guys are unbelievable at that, and they are a huge part of the success on that power play.
Are those guys beyond just the power play? It feels like Rasmus watching this team, there's a little bit of an infusion of, a little bit more feisty play up and down the lineup?
Yeah, I'd say so. We take pride in that, too. We talked a lot about it coming into this season that we have a word for it. We call it grab a guy. So, you got to do what you got to do.
You said you call it grab a guy?
Grab a guy.
Yeah.
Rasmus Dalin with us. From your perspective, going to your position, Owen Power this year, are you seeing growth from him? When you watch his game, I feel like sometimes he could be tough to understand the value of when he's out there on the ice because he's not always the flashiest player. But as someone that plays the same position as him, what do you see from Power when you're either watching him from the bench or whether you're out there on the ice with him?
I mean, that guy could play 40 minutes a night. That wouldn't affect him. He'd just play a rock-solid game, and he reads the game so well, and he creates offensive chances. He's such a good two-way defenseman.
Rasmus, I just wanted to ask you about the goaltending on the team this year. It seems like you guys are getting a few more timely saves than you did in years past. Do you guys feel that on the bench? Do you feel more confidence in your goaltenders, both with Lyon playing the way he has and the performance we saw with UPL last game?
For sure. Both of those have had good starts, and you just know those guys are going to take the first puck, and it's up to us to take the rebound away. We play a little bit of a different style now. We're in the D zone too, and we really want to help the goalies too. So, but yeah, obviously they're doing an unbelievable job, and they are a huge piece of this too.
We talked about how feisty the team has looked so far this year. Do you? I don't know. Do you take pride in being a player that it seems like other players can't stand playing against, whether it's during the ice or after a whistle? Or does it just kind of happen once the game starts?
I mean, it's part of my game. It's when I'm at my best. It's when I'm a little bit feisty out there. Do I care that guys can't really stand me sometimes? No. It's fun. It's a part of the game. I like to compete. I like to be in the game.
What'll it be like seeing JJ tonight? JJ Peterka making his return.
That'll be fun. I'm excited to play against him. I'm gonna try to shut him down all game.
The results at home also have been coming. That's been something, I'm not sure, maybe this was 2 years ago. There have been stages, Rasmus, of this team where home didn't always mean the best results. So far, though, that has started well this year. I don't know if that's something you guys think consciously of, but how have you felt about your guys' performance at home specifically?
Yeah, I mean, since the win starting to come, or the points starting to come, the crowd has been unbelievable, and it helps us so much. Last game was unbelievable. It was sold out, and that was honestly the reason why we won. So it's so much fun when we're at KeyBank and KeyBank is buzzing. There's no other better place, honestly.
Rasmus Dalin ahead of tonight's Sabres and Utah game. Rasmus, thanks for the time, and best of luck tonight and a successful season.
Thank you.
Rasmus Dalin. Sabres in Utah. Is this Utah's first ever visit? No.
Okay. As the Mammoth.
Okay, so...
it's the Mammoth's first ever visit. How about
Mammoth hot dog? Is there a Mammoth dog? I'm pretty sure there's no places on Earth that serve Mammoth.
No, I believe that would be illegal.
Well, they're also not...
Well, there isn't a Mammoth.
Right.
Although I think that's one of those things they're trying to bring back to life, isn't it? But I don't think like elephant meat. I'm positive that would be illegal,
depending on where. But here, yes, I would presume
most places I would. Yeah.
Can you eat elephant meat anywhere?
If you can, it might be one of those places that I don't really want to visit. I'm not sure.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not expressing an interest. I'm looking for a hot dog flavor here. Dog of the day.
I don't. How would you? Okay, wait a minute. This is easy. The Mammoth dog. They just make it enormous. There you go.
Or how about this?
It's like a instead of a foot-long hot dog today, it's like a 7-foot hot dog.
All right, there's idea number one. Here's idea number two.
The Mammoth dog.
Instead, my idea is going to be different. Instead, you call it the Mammoth dog, but it's a sandwich. You have a hot dog bun, and then the hot dogs come out the sides of it like tusks down. So you have a tusk-based hot dog.
Right, and the hot dogs are the tusks.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm into that.
Mammoth tusk dog.
I think we got there on two pretty decent ideas. I don't know how easy they are to execute. They've got the 2-foot nacho boats, right? Like they could just, use those for a 2-foot hot dog, or I don't know. Yeah, I think the size is or the shape feels like the way to go today. Because otherwise, what is like Utah food? Would be what? I don't know.
Utah food is, I don't know. Anyway, the Mammoth are in tonight. It's trade deadline day.
The number one thing that came up, Utah's known for foods like Jell-O.
What?
I guess it's is it from Jell-O was invented in Utah, maybe. Funeral potatoes, a staple casserole made with potatoes, cheese, sour cream, and a crunchy top like cornflakes. That sounds like something they're going to make a hot dog out of. There's going to be cornflakes.
That sounds like something that is eaten everywhere. It's just maybe they just call it funeral potatoes in Utah.
That's probably right.
It's like a cornflake potato casserole.
Yeah, potatoes, cheese, sour cream. You're not really...
Not really inventing the wheel.
Anything. Yeah, you're not inventing the wheel with that one.
Well, anyway, deadline day in the NFL. We've seen some modest trades. Have a Twitter poll up. What are you looking for? Are you looking for a random depth guy, a good roster bolstering, or go get it all in?
Who's answering random depth guy?
4%.
4%?
Yeah.
Now, are those 4% thinking that's what they're going to do? That's not necessarily what they want.
Here's what I would say. Let's do the flow chart, right? Flow chart is this. You're a player has been moved at the deadline.
Yeah.
Did your team get him? That's a solid roster bolstering. Did somebody else get him? That's a random depth guy. Logan Wilson for a 7th. Is that a solid roster move for Dallas, or is that you got a linebacker for a 7th? I mean, he'd been linked to
he went for a 7 because his contract was
That's
bad.
right.
But,
He'd been linked to the Bills, so they might have gone after this guy for a 7th.
If they had traded for him, he's got a contract. Like, that would have been...
It would have been sticky because
very interesting.
You just signed Bernard, and this guy is your identified...
Right. Wilson and Bernard would be your linebackers for multiple years.
I still think linebacker is their first pick in the draft this year, no matter what happens on the season.
If they traded for Logan Wilson, it wouldn't have been.
Yeah, that's right.
But they didn't.
They did not.
And I don't know of a linebacker that's available otherwise that would... Quincy Williams with the Jets.
Yeah, you could go for the Williams brothers.
Should we be looking at the other linebackers? I don't know who else there is other than Quincy Williams. Demario Davis has come up from New Orleans. He's 36. It feels like they already have that, though, in Shaq Thompson.
I'm just ready for someone to do something. Not just the Bills. Anybody. Come on, New England.
Well, you want
Let's go.
We don't want New England to do something.
No, I want the dominoes to start to fall. Let's go. Make a move, New England.
I don't want New England
to
do
afraid?
anything.
Come on.
Of New England?
No. Are the Patriots afraid? Make your trades. Let's go. It's 8 a.m. Wait to the last minute, you procrastinators. Let's go.
I am not going to root for anything New England related today. Like
Let's go, Chiefs.
them going out.
Let's go, Chiefs. Make a trade. Let's ratchet up the intensity a little bit here.
Well,
they're Chargers.
They're going to get a running back today, right?
The Chiefs.
They're going to trade for Breece Hall today. Right?
Tony Pollard. Breece Hall, Tony Pollard, Kamara.
Hall is the one I'd be more afraid of because Hall is, I think, dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
And Pollard is still pretty good, but he's kind of near the end, right? Like, he was great 5 years ago for Dallas. What else would Kansas City be going for other than running back?
Pass rush.
Another lineman.
New England's going for pass rush. Kansas City could go for, a guard. Could go for some more help in the middle.
New England, I think it's the same things as the Bills. It's defensive line and it's wide receiver.
Yep. That's about right. 803-0550. Steve in Maine is up. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
A couple of things. I think we need to get off the Trey Henderson requirement because he's too old. There's too many draft picks, and it costs too much on the other end. The other thing is the Dolphins and the Jets seem to have the biggest stable of players available, and they're divisional teams. I don't think they're going to be in a position to really trade with Buffalo. So taking those guys off the board, I think that leaves you with two, in my mind, two reasonable choices. The Shaheed choice, which has been talked about, and I say give New Orleans even a second, throw in Codrington, because New Orleans is going to need a returner somehow, and I don't know, do whatever that back-end swap picks that these teams do, 5 for 6, 6 for 5. I don't even pay attention to that anymore.
Okay.
And then the other acquisition I would be looking for is Thibodeau out of the Giants. You have a working relationship with the Giants. Yeah, I think you guys referred to it earlier that there's a favorable contracted cap situation.
Yep.
He has some dynamism in the on the edge in the pass rush, so that may fill some need. And I just think if we got those two guys, I'd be in heaven.
All right. Well, now that you mentioned Thibodeau, I just found Diana Rossini has reported that the Giants are asking for a first-round pick in exchange for Kayvon Thibodeau. Here's a great.
He is 24 years old and he's a top 5 pick.
Here's a great question for you.
Yeah.
What's a better spend of a first-round pick? Let's pretend you can fit both in financially. The Bills would have to do a lot of work to get Hendricks in here. Thibodeau would be easy on the cap. What's a better use of a first-round pick? Kayvon Thibodeau or Trey Hendrickson? What's better use? One is a 30-year-old defensive end who is one of the 5 best in the sport.
Yep.
The other is a guy that has been a disappointment and kind of passed over by the Giants. Other defensive ends, he's been okay.
He's pretty good.
He's a former top 5 pick. He's 24. You can have him for a first-round pick. What's a better use of a first-round pick? 1 year of Hendrickson with a chance to extend him. Maybe here's the thing about Hendrickson.
Maybe Hendrickson.
Let me give you this one scenario on Hendrickson. If you traded for Hendrickson, maybe you wouldn't extend Bosa because you would extend Hendrickson, he's been better than Bosa. Just putting that out there, but you don't have to do that. Hendrickson or Thibodeau? Thibodeau.
I think I'd go with Hendrickson.
All right.
I've got a provably elite player. I've got a lot of good players. It kind of almost sounds like, am I getting another Greg Rousseau?
In Thibodeau? I mean,
not to say that's bad.
He's drafted much higher.
He was drafted higher, but his results aren't better, right?
Not much.
So, I'm not saying getting another Rousseau would be a bad thing, but I've got a lot of guys that are in that range. And then what am I going to go pay Kayvon Thibodeau? Another second tier edge. I got a lot of those.
Okay.
I would rather take the shot. But it's not like, by the way, that Hendrickson is that old. He's the same age as Joey Bosa.
He's 30.
If we want to extend Joey Bosa, same age for Trey Hendrickson, who's a better player than Joey Bosa. He's, I think, 2 years younger than when Von Miller signed here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying he's young, but if he was 35, sure, I would maybe go for Thibodeau. But he's 30.
If you want to sign Hendrickson at age 30, you could just do that next offseason. He'll be a free agent. Unless you trade for him and get him to sign.
Right.
But he's going to hit the open market. Let me introduce a third option if you're trading your first-round pick. Olave. Which of those three is the best idea? One is a rental, Hendrickson. Mm-hmm. One is young and under contract, Thibodeau. And one is about to hit for the next contract, and that's Olave. What's the best use of a first-round pick?
Olave.
Yeah, that's the end. Olave is a better idea than both those two, I think. 803-0550.
Hendrickson pass rush win rate, by the way, ranks 6th in the NFL. Yeah, he's every bit still an elite pass rusher.
Yep, he's great. 803-0550.
And Thibodeau, by the way, out of 122 qualifying pass rushers this year in pass rush win rate, I mentioned Hendrickson ranks 6th. Thibodeau ranks 70th.
Should we be looking at this deadline with the idea that the Bills, as part of trying to tweak and get better, would be willing to send a rostered player out?
Who would that be?
Paul writes in, trade Coleman and a third to the Finns for Waddle. Now, I don't think Coleman and a third meets Waddle, but the concept is just the team would have to really like Coleman.
Versini's saying a fourth for Waddle, and they're asking for a first. I mean, third is already somewhere in the middle, and I'm giving them Keon Coleman. I don't know if they like Keon Coleman.
You'd have to find teams that would want Coleman. I guess the question is, this kind of ends up like A.J. Epinesa. If the price for Hendrickson is just flat out Epinesa and a 2.
Right.
Now, Epinesa's, a player they could use. Reset the counter. How many days without trading A.J. Epinesa? All I'm getting at is, should we be today entertaining the idea that in an effort to get better, the Bills will say goodbye to a player to bring somebody in that makes their roster provably better? Coleman traded today. It would be a shock, right? We'd be very shocked. So
I'd be shocked. If they trade for a Jalen Waddle or a Chris Olave, let's just say they do surprise us and they make a trade like that, and we're over the moon. Who's on the field? Because neither one of those guys are really like an X receiver, right? They're not. Are they taking Coleman off the field?
It's a great question. Who gets
is Shavers still playing there? Like, is Waddle or Olave playing the role that Josh Palmer plays?
It's a great question.
Or is now Palmer playing the X? Like, I would love to ask these questions tomorrow, although I won't be here tomorrow. But that would be an interesting way to get. Like, I don't know that those guys would replace Coleman on the field.
Right.
It's not me saying I don't think they should do it. I want them to do it. Waddle also maybe has been playing the X in Miami, but that's why, because of Hill. But that's maybe why he hasn't been putting up the numbers that he did in the first couple years of his career. So Olave does not play the X. So I think.
I can find out.
Sometimes it's tough to find what exactly they're lining up.
There's outside, there's on the line, off the line stuff.
Right.
Yeah. He lined up on this. I've got this from last year. Lined up on the line of scrimmage, like as the X, about a third of the time.
Who's that?
Olave.
Olave?
Olave.
All right.
Yeah, 80% outside and maybe about half of that on the line of scrimmage. He is, here you go. Here's what Matt Harmon writes about him. These offenses off the Shanahan tree want their primary read to be the best route runner, most explosive player who lines up at X, Ayuk, Nico Collins. That's close to the position that Olave held in his third season before concussions ended his season. So he would definitely be the most qualified of a Bills receiver to be doing it.
Sure.
To play the X. 803-0550, the phone number. All right, Howard picks the Bills. More of your calls. Deadline day. The best we got is a 7th rounder for a linebacker off a terrible team onto another terrible team. Let's do better, NFL. Come on.
Josine Anderson says the Giants would like to trade guard Evan Neal today. There you go. There's something.
Isn't that the guy? Isn't that the guy that Don LaGreca freaked out on?
Yes.
Boo this man.
If he's at the mall, you see him at the mall. Boo him.
Boo him.
Yeah.
That's a great rant. Maybe we'll play that today. I want Evan Neal just so we can hear that rant again.
We should play that.
It's such a... Yeah. He's a bum.
Yeah, he called Giants fans burger flipper fans.
Yeah.
And then Don LaGreca went off.
It was great. It's an all-time rant. All right, Jeremy and Joe, Howard picks the Bills coming up here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Whalen Brewing. I grabbed the 4-pack of their brand new beer, the Rover, which I'm going to highly recommend you find that. If you're an IPA fan like me, look for it. Seek it out. Go to Wayland. Wayland Brewing, 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. Great spot to be, and on a great weather day, you can be out on that patio. The patio at Wayland, one of the best spots we've got. Fire pits when it's a little chilly, some cover as well. Lots of picnic tables out there, and whether it's Mondays at Wayland, which is DJ Bingo, or there's trivia nights, or there's always something going on at Wayland Brewing. Events, big events too. So DJ Bingo Mondays, DJ Trivia Wednesdays, $5 drafts as well, $20 burgers and live music. That's Thursdays. November 21st, the Songbirds. November 23rd, the Boozy Book Fair. November 28th, the Mr. Brightside Concert. All at Wayland. So whatever your favorite kind of beer, they make all different kinds of beer, and it's always great. New stuff on tap all the time, and just one of the best spots we've got. If you've not been to Wayland, holy Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just the 15-year option. So the 5th-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like, you can have one player hit a button, just some way, somehow, you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Waddle is... Olave's a separator, and he's fast too, but Waddle is, like, when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less and I try to make Shaheed happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shaheed. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave. You know, a lot of signs everything is returning to normal. Everything's right with the world, the season being back on track. After a brief lull of things not going the way they normally go, of course, we're back to normal now. Owen the Parlay Killer is back.
PK Parker.
He's back. He's back. Another solo kill of a parlay for the show. He's back.
My guy. We had to know it was coming back.
You thought I was talking about the Bills beating the Chiefs and getting better. That too. This is how you know nature is healing.
Yeah.
OP, the Parlay Killer, is back after last night. You know, it's a good bit. He's got the bag on his head already.
248. He needed 267 from Dak. He needed 268 from Dak. So
we got our McBride touchdown, our Ferguson catches, and there it is. Like those were out of the way when I checked in and I saw at the time Dak needed like 190 more yards. I was like, oh, all right, looks like this one is toast.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the friends we make along the way. I also realized that
against the Cardinals defense of all teams is finally the team Dak doesn't go over against.
Don't forget the Cardinals defense, like their EPA and quarters 1 through 3 is good.
Right, but the fourth quarters
are a disaster. So, I mean, you got to get there in the fourth if you're going to get there.
Trade deadline day in the NFL, 4 o'clock today. Logan Wilson, linebacker of the Bengals, traded to the Cowboys for a 7th-round pick is all we have this morning. Bills created some cap space restructuring Taron Johnson's contract. $1.7 million extra from what they had yesterday, which was the lowest in the league. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against Utah. J.J. Peterka making his day return to Buffalo. 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He understands how it's not just like our scheme, but he understands his defenses now. Understands the different techniques when he's lined up there. It's not just, hey, I'm running mid-zone play. I'm running a mid-zone play with a 3 technique to that side, and this is where the cut's going to happen. And he's evolving his outside zone game. And, I think Jimbo, his communication is at an all-time high in terms of communicating the type of runs that he likes, talking with the offensive line. I mean, he's in a really good headspace.
Joe Brady on James Cook, who's very good. 100-yard rusher, 100-yard receiver against the Chiefs or the Bills. Did I hear that's the first time in franchise history the Bills had done a 100-yard receiver and 100-yard rusher in the same game?
No, it's impossible.
There's no chance.
Okay, I'm making sure.
They would have done it plenty of times with Thurman and Andre.
You would think.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Somebody in the drought year would have done
Somebody
it. Somebody
told me that, and they were wrong.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, I don't have it in front of me. I cannot imagine that's correct.
Can't be right.
Okay.
I'll find it.
Hey, I drove in this morning.
Closer to the microphone.
I parked in the parking lot.
This is your first day on radio?
Is this? Oh, this is the microphone?
Your first day here?
I drove into the parking lot and I parked. I looked around. I did not see the wide receiver train in the parking lot this morning. Is it there?
It's at One Bills Drive. Yeah.
Okay, good. I was a little worried.
Well, Bills beat the Chiefs.
That was amazing.
It was amazing, wasn't it?
Oh, it was awesome.
It was great.
I really needed that for my mental well-being.
Same.
But yeah, no, that was good. It was. There's a lot to like about that game, right? I mean, Josh was Josh. Cook is still amazing. Kincaid, big game. I did not think the defense was going to do that. I honestly did not expect them to keep Kansas City down like they did. They were tremendous, man. Pass rush, the third down defense, everything. Takeaways, the Cole Bishop. Hairston going step for step with Xavier Worthy was one of my favorite plays of the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing. And Bosa was a beast. I mean, it was great.
It was great. Chat pointing out might have been 100 yards rushing and 100 yards from a tight end for the first time.
That could
Bills,
be the
that
makes
sense.
Right.
How many 100-yard tight end games the Bills have in their franchise history? Is it less than 20?
Boy.
Feels like it's not a lot.
It's got to be a low number, yeah.
Anyway. All right.
That makes more sense.
The defense played great. The conference is it fell right back. We're right back where things were 2 weeks ago, right? Where in line for the 1 seed, the difference is that the number 1 team you're going to probably compete with is New England. Joe said it earlier, Howard, that if he was to pick who's going to get the 1 seed, he'd say AFC East winner versus the field is what it kind of looks like right now.
Yep.
Need New England to lose to Tampa.
On the road,
because the next
especially.
3 games are Jets, Bengals, Giants for them.
Yeah.
It's all very winnable, obviously. So it'd be nice if New England would lose. Hey, if New England loses Sunday and the Bills beat Miami, the Bills are back in first place, right? By a half game.
That's right.
So
Joe's going to Miami.
I'm going to Miami.
You will not be the only Bills fan there.
No, I expect many. 70% maybe is a number.
It's his first Miami trip, which is a pilgrimage that every Bills fan should make at least once.
Yes.
Their last game, who'd they play in their last game?
The Dolphins?
Miami?
Yeah.
The Ravens on Thursday night.
Ravens, yeah. This will be one of those games where Tua has to quiet the crowd in Miami because the noise is too loud from all the Bills fans.
Well, also, they're talking about, he might be a bad game away from he's getting benched.
I saw some stuff. In fact, I had to make sure I had to check the quarterback depth chart. It's Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers.
Right. Yeah, because I saw the joke being made yesterday. Like, congratulations, Spain. You finally get an NFL game, Madrid. And you're
oh, that's right. They're playing next Sunday.
Your prize is Quinn Ewers versus Marcus Mariota.
Oh, that's right. They're playing Washington.
They play in Madrid.
In the breakfast special. So, yeah, that'll be fun. I think you'll have a good time, Go out, party, have fun, do the whole night scene the night before.
Yeah, I think Fort Lauderdale is more where all the Bills fans go.
Yeah. Yep. Elbow
I'm
room
looking
is
for
a big spot.
Get to Twitter. I need some tips. Yeah. Elbow room.
It's a good time. There's tons of big parties and
ask Sal. He'll know the spots.
Oh, yeah. There have been 1,300-yard tight end games in Bills history, by the way.
Oh, only 13.
13.
Wow.
2 by Charles Clay, 2 by Kincaid, 2 by Metzlars, 1 by Knox, 1 by Scott Chandler, no Keith McKellar, Reuben Grant, Paul Costa, Ernie Warlock.
This is where people right now just found out today that Charles Clay is tied for the most 100-yard receiving games as a tight end among the Bills.
If only he caught the ball against the Dolphins.
It might have been a 3, his third. Who knows? All right, time for Howard to pick the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
Dear football gods, I will pick the Bills to win this game. Not with great confidence, but I will pick the Bills to win this game.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills!
By the way, I am factoring in that the Bills do trade for a wide receiver by the deadline.
Okay, but is it before the Chiefs game?
No. Chiefs win.
Allen back to pass. Looking down the right sideline for Kincaid. Complete. And he walks into the end zone for a 23-yard touchdown reception. Well, how's that for an opening act? There's the handoff. The shove is there. And he is in for a 1-yard touchdown run. Josh Allen with his second rushing touchdown of the game.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, time for Howard to pick the Bills. The Bills will take this win against Kansas City and move into stage 2 of the season. That's what I've been calling it, stage 2. This is the chase down New England.
Yeah.
Act 1 has happened. Act 2 is chase down New England. Act 3 is the playoffs. So, without further ado, let's talk about it. Bills, Dolphins.
This will be fun.
This is going to be a bloodbath.
It should be.
It is going to be one.
Yeah, I would think
the Bills
would be, yeah.
finding their game, the Dolphins trading away talent, and packing things in.
Maybe benching their quarterback.
Players might
GM's
be
fired.
If there might be players on this team that are sad to make it to this game.
He
for
leads
Miami.
the league.
Oh, geez, I was getting traded.
Yeah.
Tua leads the league in interceptions thrown.
Did you see McDaniel might stick?
Yeah.
It's going to be a new GM, McDaniel, and probably
a different quarterback?
Different quarterback.
Yeah.
Probably whoever they draft in the top 5.
Yeah. This should be, they should kick the living daylights out of them. Joe, you should be partying hopefully before the end of the third quarter.
Yep.
Forecast is 82.
82.
Ooh, so the Bills would be in the dark uniforms.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, right. Didn't they do something about switching sidelines too? So the visiting teams now are like in
the sun, yeah.
In the
That's
sun.
how it's designed,
They
yeah.
always make them wear the dark unis.
Shouldn't be too bad.
Won't matter.
82 is not that bad.
Hydrate, boys.
All right, Bills win.
Joe, hydrate.
Okay.
Bills, Bucks.
I'm going to leave that a loss for now.
Tampa just had their bye, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Trying to get healthy.
So they'll play New England and then they'll play the Bills. So Tampa has a little impact on the AFC East race for the next 2 games.
Yep.
I'll take the Bucks for now.
Bucks beat the Bills. Bills at Texans.
Stroud has a concussion.
Yeah, that's. I'm watching some of their game on the Red Zone the other day, and it's just hideous football. I'll take the Bills.
Bills win. Beat the Texans. Bills at the Steelers.
They only win games when the other team turns the ball over 5 or 6 times.
Right.
And they still have to sweat those games
Right.
out.
They 6 turnovers and they won by 7.
It was close. Same thing against, who was it? New England. They beat New England early this season. The Patriots had 5 turnovers, and it was a 1-possession game. Bills will beat the Steelers.
Bills win. That'll be good for common opponents. Got to count. These things have to matter if you're trying to crack New England. If you split with them and finish with the same record, you're going to common opponents.
Yeah.
So beat the Steelers.
Good thinking.
They lost to Pittsburgh. Bengals at Bills.
Were you guys watching? No, you were at the game. I had Red Zone on. I actually had to have Red Zone on my phone to watch the end of that game because the Bills game started while that crazy ending was happening. I mean, what the heck? Like, if you're on the Bengals offense, I don't know how you didn't pick a fight with the guys on defense in the locker room after that game. The Bills could put 50 up on that defense. They'll take the Bills.
And the defense is trading guys away.
And we'll see if they trade Hendricks in.
Yeah.
But, oh, my God, they're so bad.
Bills win. Bills at Patriots, the real game of the year.
I'm going to flip that around. I'm going to give the Bills a win there.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I just think there was something about there was a part of me, guys, that thought the Bills needed the Kansas City game almost like, hey, when we're really, really motivated. Right? McDermott talked about attitude and nastiness, and they had a good week and all that. It's almost like they needed a game like that to remind them just how good they can be. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take the Bills to beat New England because that's obviously going to be a huge game.
Bills at Browns.
I'll take the Bills to win that game.
Home for the Eagles.
I'll leave that in Eagles victory. Although you know what? By then, they'll already clinch the NFC East by far before then.
Yeah.
They're playing for 1 seed.
Yeah, that's right. They'll probably playing with an NFC West team for the 1 seed. Seattle, LA.
The North are all going to knock each other off probably. Right?
Yeah, maybe. And the North,
Green Bay's got 2 losses.
Green Bay's not
they had a
good.
tie,
Green Bay
too,
is
that's
not
right.
good.
Yeah.
They tied
No.
Dallas.
And they lost
tied
to Carolina.
Dallas. They lost to Carolina, and they lost to Cleveland.
They're not good.
Yeah.
But they've smoked everybody else.
I don't know. Their head coach mocked Halloween. Then the team wore costumes. The Packers wore costumes last
Why
week.
did he mock Halloween?
He said it's just a
Not a
Friday
real
night. I don't
holiday?
care about Halloween, basically.
Yeah, you know what? Their wins, they've beaten the Steelers, the Cardinals, the Bengals.
And the Vikings.
No, they haven't played the Vikings.
No?
They beat the Lions.
They beat the Lions.
Week 1, remember,
Week
they beat
one.
the Lions.
They have one good win?
And they beat Washington.
One good win?
Yeah, it's really one good
They
win.
have one good win.
And 2 bad losses.
Frauds.
Although Bryce Young is the longest win streak of any quarterback in the league right now.
Crazy.
4.
Where are we?
Jets.
Lost to the Eagles. Bills, Jets.
Win.
That puts the Bills at 12 and 13 and 4. Now, I'm not letting you off the hook.
13 and 4.
13 and 4.
Not letting you off the hook. Week 10 here. That's this week. Patriots, Bucks.
That's Joe's job.
All right. Patriots, Bucks.
The Bucks are at home and off a bye. I'll pick Tampa.
Bucks. Patriots and Jets.
Patriots.
Week 12. Patriots play the
Cincy.
Bengals. Patriots.
And Giants.
Week 13. The Patriots play
Giants.
the Giants.
Patriots.
Okay.
And they're on their bye.
That's a Sunday night. It's a Monday night game. And then week 14 is Bills. Bills, Bengals, and Patriots will play. Where are they?
Patriots play the Bills out of their bye.
Okay, so yeah, then they don't play anybody week 14. A late bye for New England. Oh, Bills, Patriots.
They play the Bills and they play at the Ravens.
Patriots, Ravens.
I pick the Ravens.
Stay healthy, Lamar.
He's got to stay healthy. Are you taking the Ravens over the Patriots in that one? Ravens. That would give the Bills the division.
Then I would, okay. Without even the final 2.
I believe so. Patriots in the final 2.
I would pick them to beat the Jets and the Dolphins, though.
Okay. So
Patriots
Patriots
would have
over the
5
Jets.
losses at that point.
Patriots over the Dolphins. Yeah, it'll come down to if they lose to Baltimore. Like, the way you laid it out, Howard, you picking the games, and Joe, you picking the games,
Look how tight it is, though.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have to lose to Tampa this week. But if they do, and you get the Bills to beat the Patriots, it's still not, like, it's still a fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's really tough for them to win it.
hold on.
It's because they have to win in Foxborough.
Right. If the Bills win in here's
the Bills
thing, though.
have to win in Foxborough.
If the Bills win in Foxborough, I've got this whole thing simulated all the way to the end of the Patriots and Bills picks. If the Bills win in Foxborough, then New England can beat the Ravens and the Bills still win the division.
Oh.
If the Bills win in Foxborough with 2 more losses, I mean
because they'd both be 13 and 4.
Yeah.
Split the head-to-head,
and then the Bills would win it on
opponents. Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we need to simulate all the other games for it to matter. I'm trying to see what the Patriots can do to render that game meaningless, and the Bills would have to lose along the way,
and the Patriots have to beat the Bucks. The Patriots, if they beat the Bucks, I mean they really could win them all going into the Bills game.
9-2, 10-2. They could be 11-2.
They could be 11-2. If they win this week, they could be 11-2 going into the Bills game. And then how far back are the Bills? Are they 2 games back?
Yeah.
Are they 3?
Yeah, hopefully they run the table to get to that point.
Right.
There's very little room for error.
That's why the Tampa game is huge this week. Because if Tampa doesn't beat New England, the Bills could be 2 games back.
Right.
Easily going into that Foxborough game where you could beat them and still be behind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Howard has losses to the Bucks in here too for the Bills. So are the Bucks going to go sweep Patriots Bills? It'd be nice for them. They've got injuries too. Is Igbokwe going to be back and ready? There's your test.
He is going to be back this week.
All right.
Enjoy the trade deadline, fellas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What else? Anything else?
Are they going to make a trade today?
They're going to make a trade. Yes. I don't know what.
For a wide receiver?
I mean, I don't think so, but
you're wearing the wide receiver train shirt.
I am. It's the last day to for those of us that celebrate.
I keep joking. That just reminds me of so many Sabres trade deadlines when I got myself totally convinced they're definitely making a trade by the deadline.
I can't ask for them to bolster their receiver core starting today at 4 o'clock until the offseason.
Yeah. I really think they will make a trade for a wide receiver. I mean, again, look at the numbers the other day. The wide receivers had 12 catches for 101 yards. And one of them was a 28-yarder by Elijah Moore. I mean, they're just not. And Shakir had a 20-yard catch, but it was like 1 or 2 yards and then or yak, whatever.
Yep.
So I can't. You gotta. If you're watching this team, how do you not think I've got to get a wide receiver in here? Anyway, we'll see.
All right. How'd you like the World Series?
Oh, my God. Game 7.
It was unbelievable.
One of the greatest Game 7s maybe the greatest Game 7 I've ever seen in baseball history.
Yeah.
And by the way, Mets, Red Sox. But
did you want to puke for Blue Jays fans?
I felt so bad.
I want to throw up.
I know, Joe, I think you got a tweet about 13 seconds.
It's way worse.
That's 13 seconds if it happened in the Super Bowl.
And
it's way worse.
It's worse.
That was, they were 2 outs away. And then the chance, oh my God, I felt so bad. How did they not win that game?
It's funny that 13 seconds in some of your greatest ever losses, this is true of every team. If you lose in the AFC Championship or NFC Championship or divisional round, you can kind of treat it like losing in the Super Bowl if you think you were good enough to win the Super Bowl. But the reality is 13 seconds happened in the divisional round.
Well, home run throwback.
Right.
Wild card.
Devastating.
But people thought if they got past Tennessee, they were destined to go to the Super Bowl that year. But that was not a conference title
And I saw
game.
people saying it's their wide right, but it's like wide right happened 4 times in the same game because
they had
kept
4
happening.
That's right.
They had 4
They had
kicks
4
and
kicks
missed them all.
from 38 yards and missed
Bills
them all.
didn't have all those chances. The 8th inning, the 9th inning, the 11th inning, and they came within inches of winning.
And
The
also-
play at the plate. Look at the photos. They came that close to winning a World Series.
And the Bills got back to have more chances. The Jays are not expected to go back there. The Jays have the 11th best World Series odds right now.
do they really?
The Bills got more chances.
Guess where the Mets are?
The Bills have been past.
Mets are 5th?
4th.
Okay.
4th best odds.
The Bills having more chances. They've gotten past that 13 seconds moment once since.
Yeah.
But what I mean is, like, the Jays felt they weren't lucky to be there, but they don't feel like they have the same type of staying power as the Bills have.
Yeah, that is just gut wrenching.
Well, thank you, sir.
Okay, fellas.
If there's a trade, I'll text you.
Would you please?
I'll let you know. Yeah.
Is that your 30-30 club or text trade?
Who do you want?
Train?
Who do you want?
Who would I would. The name we didn't get to on the show last night that someone brought up after we got off the air is A.J. Brown. If it's legit, he's unhappy, and the Eagles would trade him. Go get him.
I don't think
give
they'll
up your
trade him,
first
though.
round pick.
Not happening. Can I give you a number on this? So A.J. Brown, there's 2, I think, very useful things that are at SpotTrack's trade candidate page.
Oh, this is cap stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
No, that's
to the
fine.
cap
His
stuff.
cap hit is $585,000
this year.
Yeah,
but next year.
It's not even about the cap hit next year.
Oh.
I would just like to look at, because if I'm a GM of a team and I want to go acquire a player, I have to go to my owner and say, we can get this amazing A.J. Brown receiver for a $585,000 cap hit. That sounds great. Should we do that? Yeah, we would just make sure we have to clear $114 million for him through 2029.
Yeah, that's tough.
Ooh, I don't know if I want to write that check today.
Yeah.
So that's why expiring
Just
contracts.
use your network TV money.
Olave,
Shaheed.
Kayvon Thibodeau, somebody if you like that.
I'm good with
lineman.
Jacoby Myers. I always liked him. Going back to New
Jacoby
England.
Myers is a little bit bigger of a cap hit. Like, his cap hit is 5.3.
He's a rental, though, right? I'm trying to remember if he had term. I didn't think he
His
did.
contract is he signed a 3-year deal with the Raiders, and this is the final year of it. There's a void year. He's a free agent after the year.
Go get Olave, then. Offer the Saints your first and something else. I don't care. Trade a first-round pick. Who cares? It's low first round anyway.
Do you think they could entertain the idea? Oh, we got to get to a break. All right, sorry. Look at you making us
it's
late. We're gonna get in trouble. All right, we're getting out of here. Bye. Break. One thing about the Chiefs in this game, can I give you an incredible stat from this game? Incredible.
From the Chiefs-Bills game?
Yes.
Okay.
They're a bunch, whether it's that
Mahomes got hit as much as he ever
got
has.
hit as much. Allen's setting the record for completion percentage. Nope. The most incredible number in this game to me. The number is 38.
38.
38%. What was 38%?
38% was the Chiefs' success rate on passing plays?
38% was Patrick Mahomes' catchable throw rate.
Wow.
38%.
Catchable?
Yes.
Just catchable?
38% of his throws were.
That's a monster number for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 72% for uncatchable is a monster number for that.
62.
62,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
62% of his throws were uncatchable. That is incredible.
Wow.
That's a sign you had him all over the place, no idea what to do.
It really was like, I mean, they had, maybe the similarity is they had lineman injuries. It looked like the 2 Super Bowls they lost.
Yeah.
To Tampa and then to Philly where they were missing linemen and they could not protect Mahomes. The difference might be that number.
Well,
because against Tampa 5 years ago, remember, Mahomes is like Superman diving, throwing balls to guys that are dropping it. This game was, I guess, he just wasn't near guys. Or they were covering really well.
Let me give you that. There's another my second favorite stat from this game.
Yeah.
That, there's a lot made about the defensive ends and the pass rush and how they did. But Anthony Prohaska from Cover 1 had this. 52% pressure rate from the Bills, right?
Yep.
The time to pressure, the Bills' time to pressure was 3.4 seconds. The second longest of the week.
Man.
It was not quick pressure. It was coverage and confusion. That's game plan. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave,
yeah,
if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
5th-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the 5th-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire, great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top-end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons.
Last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would, if they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a 4th. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first
You've seen that
for
for
Waddle.
Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave. All right, we're late. We're going to get back to a break again. Howard did it to us. It's his fault. I take no responsibility. It's all his fault. Check the stats. Jeremy and Joe, I am wearing my wide receiver train shirt because, today's like the last day to do it. I don't think they'll make a trade for a receiver.
Well, until the entire offseason.
That's right. And then we'll be right back on it. But that's okay. We got to have some fun along the way. I'll tell you my message to Chris Olave at 4 o'clock today. I've got a message for him. There are other good ideas. There's some good ideas at receiver. All right, it's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave, if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
Fifth-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the fifth-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire, great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons
last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a fourth. Let's make sure we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave.
Trade deadline day in the NFL. 4 o'clock is the deadline, and we can hear about trades after the fact.
Luke Musgrave, sorry. Joe and I were talking about the Packers
Luke
and their
Musgrave.
tight ends, and I said he's got a tight end name.
Right.
Luke Musgrave is a tight end name. Sorry, go ahead.
Because there's a report that the Packers are looking at Chigakonkwo, who's the starting tight end for the Titans.
Listen, it's a big day, Joe, for dynasty fantasy football players. Like if you've been hanging on to Rashid Shaheed or Olave to get him out of there, wherever he might go, or
Jacoby Myers right now for me because I've got him everywhere and he's been terrible on the Raiders, and for his fantasy sake, I would love him to get traded to the Bills.
Sure. I've got Chigakonkwo. Throw me some Packers love.
That'd be good.
All right.
Monday night last night, Cardinals over the Cowboys by 14. They win, and it's a 3-5 record now for Arizona, 3-5-1 for the Cowboys. They made the only trade of the day so far, Logan Wilson of the Bengals for a 7th-round pick. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against Utah. J.J. Paterka's return. Pregame starts at 6 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
This team was built to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And when I look at it, Andy Reid's the only offense coach that doesn't like to run the ball. To me, it's set up. Buffalo is outstanding in pass coverage and with the pass rush they got with Bosa and things. So it plays right into their hands. That's why I took them to win, because I know Kansas City's not going to run the football. Look, Buffalo can't stop a nosebleed when you run the ball. Kansas City doesn't do it. They're built for Kansas City this year.
Would anyone like to discuss whether or not the Chiefs have ever wanted to run the ball against the Bills? Because they never want to. They never care about it in the playoffs. How many yards they run for in the playoff game last year? No idea.
By the way, so he's kind of Rex is just giving that little vibe off that he always gave, which is just passing the ball's not manly enough for me.
Passing the ball is lame.
Yeah, right.
Bills
be a man and run the ball.
Bills are built to stop.
That's Rex.
Stop the pass. They can't stop a nosebleed.
Right.
Oh, okay.
It's like when he freaked out on this station when he was the Bills coach because he took offense to the idea the Bills got run over by New England when they gave up 45 points because Brady threw the ball all day.
He threw for 466 that
right.
day.
And he took offense to being run over.
Right.
Okay. So the Chiefs, he says, like they're the one team in the league that doesn't want to run the ball. The top 5 pass-heaviest teams in the league this year by neutral situation pass rate. The Chiefs are number 1. Great team.
Yep.
The record's not great, but they're a great team. Chargers are number 2.
Good record.
Bengals are number 3. Not a good team, right?
Nope.
Number 4 is the Colts. First place.
Yep.
And number 5 is the Rams.
All right.
Who I think are in first place in the NFC West. So, your 5 pass-heaviest teams in the league.
You have 4 good teams.
One of them is not a good football team. Right.
The 5 run-heaviest teams, you get Detroit a little bit in there, the Ravens, right? The Bills.
So, the Jets are in last, then the Lions, the Ravens, the Seahawks.
3 good
then
teams.
The Titans and Browns.
One thing about the Seahawks.
The Bills are actually up to 23rd.
Okay. One thing I see about the Seahawks is their passing game right now is so good that when they run the ball, I mean, they're terrible running the ball. They run it a lot, and they're very bad at it.
Right.
And then they win because they just throw it to JSN. Anyway, good morning. It's deadline day. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Bills, deadline day.
So they do something.
They're going to do something. They're going to do something.
I hope so. There's been how many? Has there been only 1 or 2 deadlines where they've done nothing? Because Benjamin in 17, then I skip to Nyheim Hines, and then it's Douglas, and then it's Cooper. Is there anything?
Douglas, Cooper, the last 3.
Is there anything in the in between there? Like the 13 seconds year, they don't make a. But part of that is
they're like a perfect team.
I was gonna say like they were on like a 9-game win streak maybe when that deadline approached at the end of that season. So that team probably those two couple teams looked so good that they just didn't feel like they needed anything.
Yeah, we'll see. 803-0550. A lot of interesting stuff today. 1, what players are moved? What players do we get reports that they were nearly moved but didn't? Because it's not just about the Bills today; it's about the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos and the Patriots and what they do. And the Steelers have said to be after receivers also. So maybe they decide to go that way.
They've been after a receiver for like a year and a half.
Right. They traded George Pickens. Like, hey, you had one.
Right. You could have just paired him with Metcalf.
You could have.
And they've been after one since, and they haven't pulled it off.
No, but their second best receiver on that team is what, Calvin Austin?
Right.
Yeah. Mike in Connecticut's up. Hey, Mike.
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
So I'm a little late to the show, but I was curious. Question I have for you both is we are talking a lot about who the Bills can acquire. Who do we think could be on their way out of Buffalo? We've seen Buffalo have trades in the past, whether that's for fourth or fifth rounders, but are there any Bills that we can possibly see, on their way out for some value? And then the other thing I would say is, a lot of people are talking about Olave and Waddle and all Shaheed. I think a great fit, don't know what the price would cost, but obviously it would be a 1, probably Keon Coleman, and maybe like a 3. I think Romo Dunze, getting him on a cheap contract, if they would be willing to move off of him. Seems like there is discontent with his role, even though
I think he might have just had one off game.
Yeah, he had one bad game. I see nothing about his role being a problem. They throw to him all the time, and he's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I was just curious because on Twitter yesterday I saw that someone, or I think it was his father, was saying that someone said trade Romo Dunze to a team that will actually utilize him the right way.
Okay, you're not confusing him with Marvin Harrison Sr., who said the Cardinals' offense is a tough watch, and then he saw his son get 9 for 90 and a touchdown.
No, you're right.
Harrison did too.
Adunze's father?
James Adunze sparks outrage on Bears Twitter. Isn't happy with the Bears. He tweeted... Yeah, someone else tweeted, can the Bears trade Rome Odunze to a team that will actually throw to him? And then his father quote tweeted that with the pin emoji.
Pin?
The pin?
Yeah.
So like
put a pin in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or he's whatever. He had 10 targets the week before.
Right. He's
114 yards.
Huge part of their offense.
It would be wild to me if he thought that they're not using him enough.
First off, DJ Moore.
It was just one game.
I thought DJ Moore's the guy they would consider moving.
DJ Moore, they're using it running back.
They just drafted Luther Burden. So Moore and Burden are going to give them good stuff for a couple of years, probably at very cheap values.
Well, Moore might get dealt. More than Odunze would.
Burden and Dunze is what I meant there. Yeah. Thinking about Odunze, did Odunze in the super amazing receiver draft with Worthy and Coleman, Odunze was the guy that I was really praying and hoping they could find their way to.
Because he was maybe just low enough that they could trade up.
Yes, and it didn't happen. Everyone caught on to the fact that he was awesome, and then he went in the top 10.
He went 9th.
Which is unfortunate. I at the start of it was maybe back into the first round, you can get this guy, and then everyone discovered he's awesome.
Right.
And I remember when he got drafted, we were at Resurgence that night for our draft party, and the wide receiver big board was there, and we were waiting for the Bills draft pick. And that was the year the Bills didn't pick in the first round. With 350 people, they're ready for it. And they traded with the Chiefs instead. That's fine that happened.
By the way, players they would trade away, there's nobody they're going to trade away that would be of value. The only guy I'm thinking about is a guy they would move for cap reasons, like Curtis Samuel. If there's anybody that gets moved, that to me would be it. Unless, does somebody want Landon Jackson as a throw-in? I don't know. He's not getting a uniform here. Even with Hoyt out, I don't know that he'll get a uniform the rest of the season, so send him to a bad team that'll give him playing time.
It's funny about defensive line and defensive end, defensive tackle. All right, they acquire either a defensive end or a defensive tackle. Let's say they do that. Man, they have so much already dedicated there. TJ Sanders is out and looks like he might be getting closer to a return. Okay, so when he comes back,
that's a defensive tackle.
And Daquan Jones comes back, and Ed Oliver comes back. They have Deion Walker.
Well, D-tackle is easier to figure out.
Okay,
they have practice squad guys in right now.
Now let's do
Fedarian Mathis comes out.
Now let's do defensive end. Okay. I'm going to trade for defensive end. Bosa's good, is he not?
Bosa's good.
Rousseau's good.
They're playing.
Epinesa. So Javon Solomon or Landon Jackson, one of them is going to be cut off the team for a defensive end that I acquire. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
With getting rid of one of those guys. But, man,
Well, Jackson is the one there that's important because, Solomon, he's done some nice. He had a good rep, I guess, when Hoyt went out last week where he pressured Mahomes and made a mistake on a screen pass. But he was a 5th-round pick.
Right.
Fifth-round pick, not that you want to throw those in the garbage, but 3rd-round guy in his first year that can't even get a uniform when guys were suspended after hearing nothing about him during training camp. That just looks like a complete and utter whiff right now. A day 2 pick.
Yep.
At a position where we're talking about them trading for another guy.
Well, that's kind of what I want to get to, is if you were to pick defensive end or receiver, defensive end, that player goes in for Javon Solomon / Landon Jackson, guys that are not making a difference for you really at all, right?
Right.
If you trade for a receiver, that player goes in for Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore, Tyrell Shavers.
Yep.
Also guys that really are not making a big difference for you at all. I don't know. It's just it's they've already dedicated so much to defensive end and defensive line. If they do it, I get it. It makes sense. Like, they have a good team. They have a window. We should enter.
Would you rather safety over defensive end right now for you, though? Should they trade for a safety?
If they can get someone great, sure.
What about if they can get Minkah Fitzpatrick? He's the name I see the most. He's not as good as he used to be, but he's still probably pretty good.
I don't know.
You want Budda Baker?
I don't know. I don't know if you can even afford that.
Because Rapp's out for the year. That might be a good thing. It is a lot. I like what Hancock's looked like through 2 games. It is a lot to trust that your day 3 guy can just hold it down if you don't want to be starting Jordan Poyer.
Let's play a game. The game is, I want you to fill in the blank for me, because what do I want to happen? You know, it's sometimes it's fun to win Tuesday, November 4th.
Yeah.
But the Bills announce a trade.
Okay.
What player acquired would have the league saying, "Oh my God, they're going"? What's the player that does that the most?
Myles Garrett.
Well, he's not for you can't get Myles Garrett.
You said
that could get traded.
Oh, okay.
The guy that could get traded. Oh my God, the Bills got him. What brings the Bean sunglasses meme out of retirement? I'm calling it retirement. The sunglasses are retired.
What do you mean? They signed Christian Kirksey?
He's got to earn the sunglasses back. I'm going to take a moment to speak directly. I'm going to speak directly to Sunglasses Brandon Bean. You got to earn those glasses back. It's time. The meme does well. Everybody likes the meme. Everybody likes to use it. Get them back. Those sunglasses, would you lose them? Left them on the counter? Let's get those sunglasses back. How do you spell sunglasses? OLAVE. No, I don't think it's going to happen, but he's got to earn. Am I wrong about the sunglasses?
It would be one of the receivers. Or I think Hendrickson has to qualify.
What's his last most bold move?
Vaughn.
That's it?
Vaughn.
Since then, it's about trades back.
Yeah, Vaughn. Vaughn's the last big, giant swing out on a limb. Trading down, no. Trading even third-round picks for guys at the deadline. It's good. I like it. It's not like over the top, like you are the talk of the league. It's not the volume of deals like you see with Howie Roseman. Yeah, it's probably Vaughn. They spent $100 million on a Hall of Fame pass rusher. Yeah. That was the last time.
All right. That's the last time they made a signing. When's the last sunglasses trade?
Diggs. Is that possible? Is it Diggs?
Trading up for Allen. Trading up for Tremaine Edmonds. Oh, I know. Trading up for Kincaid. Trading up for
the whole
Cody Ford.
The month of trading up twice to get Allen.
That was sunglasses.
But we're so far beyond that. There's nothing recently.
Where are those sunglasses, man? Today's the day. I want to see a Bills beyond blue and red, where they're like recapping trade deadline day. This is free content for you for the Bills here. Here's the idea. Bean's on the phone. He's on the phone. All right, we like it. Hold on. Let me talk it over. He hangs up the phone, reaches in the desk drawer, opens up the sunglasses case, puts them on, calls back. It's a deal. Come on. This content writes itself. Who doesn't want to do that? I mean, all right. Give us a call. Don't. I don't want to do this thing where I just talk myself into, after talking myself out of, into the idea that they could really actually swing and go for Chris Olave, which would, of course, be an amazing move for this season and for the next 5 seasons. And I don't want to talk myself into the fact that they could do that because I don't think they will do that. So if you guys call and fill up the phone lines, then I don't have to sit here and talk myself in circles about whether they will or they won't. Maybe I could just get another solid rumor. Like Jacoby Myers, what does that do for me?
I'm.
It's fine. It's better. He's an upgrade.
I guess I'm thinking more about Waddle today than I am about Olave. And part of it is the GM change. Like, I can't decide whether I think the Saints are actually going to move him or not. Like
Probably not.
Probably not, but they haven't been the strongest denials that you've seen. Where
they are expected to keep.
Right. It's not, no, don't even call. What are you, hanging up the phone? Like, it's not that. But on the other hand...
Can his dad tweet about how he's not being used well?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Can I get something like that?
Yeah. But on the other hand, like, the Dolphins have a new GM that his job is probably just to tear it all down. Like, I think I would bet Waddle gets moved today. Somewhere. Olave, I'm just not really sure. And they both have their injury questions. They're both really good players. One of them is in the division, which is the other complicating factor. Does Miami even care about that? He's the guy that I guess I feel more confident he'll be moved today. So I'm thinking more about him right now for the Bills than I'm thinking about Olave. Waddle.
I'm reading a piece at SI.com, and I'm trying to get an understanding of the Olave price here.
Okay.
So you know how this works. A person suggests a trade on the internet, and then 10 articles spawn off of that person's suggestion.
Yep.
So Zach Presnell at SINow.com on the Saints. Why a blockbuster Bills-Saints trade for Olave makes no sense. And he's reacting
sense.
Right, but he's reacting to the idea that was put up by a guy on Fansided. Olave in a 6th for Coleman in a 4th. If that is available and you don't do that, get out of the job. Anyway, of course that's an absurd trade, and the Saints should not do that. And the explanation is like, Olave, the Bills need him more than the Saints do, draft guy. But there's a quote in here, and I don't know where this came from. Okay. And that's, the Saints have said they at least like a 3rd for Olave, though if the Bills come calling, they may demand a little more. They said, I feel like the 3rd price is for Shaheed. Yeah. The Saints could ask for a player in return. Olave is reportedly working on a contract extension with New Orleans, so a deal is unlikely in the first place, but it would make even less sense to take a receiver like Keon Coleman. Like, this is reacting to someone else suggesting a trade, which is...
the 3rd-round pick report was about Shaheed.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not getting Olave for a 3rd.
Right.
He's stunning.
No, if you do that, you should. I'll drive to New Orleans and pick him up. You give me the voucher. It's a 3rd-round pick. I'll drive there today.
Now,
I'll call my wife and be like, listen, I got to do something. I'll drive this 3rd. Yeah. You should have to
Can I get him for a 3rd in Coleman? Maybe do that.
I mean,
how much value does anybody have in Coleman, though? I just couldn't imagine being a team in the league right now, watching him. The deck is cleared. You got Josh Allen as your quarterback, and you don't have much competition at the position. You should be great. And when you're not, and it's this bad, what, I'm going to bring you in here with Tyler Shuck, and it's going to look good? So I bring that up just because of the draft pick. I just can't imagine a team would look at Keon Coleman right now and see any value at all. Like, what if New England called and said, hey, you want Jalen Polk? He was a 2nd-round pick last year. Like, oh, what's he done in the league? Nothing. Okay. No thanks. Would any team want Xavier Legette in Carolina right now, who's done, like, nothing?
No.
Just because he was drafted in the 2nd round? Like, I think those guys could lose value really quick.
And again, it gets a little bit to, do the Bills think they need to upgrade on their offense, or do they think Josh Palmer coming back is, like, the adequate upgrade?
It's an upgrade.
It is, for sure. By the way, they didn't score.
But I'm not looking for...
They didn't score 30 points this week.
I'm not looking
30 number.
For an upgrade from Josh Palmer. I'm looking for a Coleman upgrade. That's what I want to be looking for. And Palmer doesn't replace Coleman. Coleman stays on the field when Palmer comes back.
Malik Collins, I have a tweet about that. Somebody want Malik Collins, defensive tackle. You interested in that?
Nah.
Nah.
Something. It's not something that would make me like
their numbers at
through the roof. Like, look at the
it's
Bills.
Their numbers at defensive tackle. I mean,
well, how much faith do they have that Oliver's actually coming back? And what will he look like when he does?
Right. All right. We'll get a call in after the break. Johnny, Tim, Brandon, Angelo, thank you for jumping in to save me from myself and spiraling about Chris Olave, which I do not think is going to happen. Shahid could. And Jacoby Myers could. I think the Bills might have an offer on the table for Jacoby Myers, wouldn't they? Right? Wouldn't they have offers on the table waiting to hear back? Even if they're just going to, like, low numbers. Like, you call me if this sounds good to you.
Like, you mean like the offers in the app? Like on your fantasy app?
Yeah.
To that stage?
Where it's an offer. It's just
First one to hit accept.
It's sitting in there in your inbox. 803-0550. Let's go, NFL. Let's make some trades. Deadline day here on WGR. Olave's money is you're committed to 16. Again, that's just a 15-year option. So the fifth-year option.
So is he the ultimate dream idea over Waddle? If I ask everybody, like, you can have one player hit a button, just some way, somehow, you get this player today. It's Olave over Waddle?
Yes.
Because Waddle is – Olave's a separator, and he's fast too, but Waddle is, like, when he's healthy, elite speed, isn't he?
Well, if I want elite speed, then I probably pay less and I try to make Shahid happen. If I just want the specialist of speed, then I go for Shahid. And if I want just the best receiver, then I'm going for Olave. I wish I really had an idea on how likely or how whatever being, of course, if they made a call on Olave,
yeah,
if the price is, oh God, could never do it, and what that price would have to be to say could never do it. Would he say no to a first? And should he say no to a first? First round pick, Chris Olave. Should he say no? Contract control, you get him this year.
Yeah.
Fifth-year option next year. You have a year and a half to kind of sort out what you're going to do. If it goes well, you could franchise tag, or you could just let him walk, blah, 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 blah. You could sign him. Like, there's time there because the fifth-year option exists for him, and that's another year of runway.
I don't think first-round pick on its own is too much. I mean, he's 25 years old. He does have the injury history, I know. But you have a surefire, great receiver, not an elite receiver, not like one of the top end number ones, but you have a darn good receiver when he's healthy. And he really has only missed significant time in one of his 4 seasons
last year.
And again, it's concussions, which is a little bit more scary than if he had like a bicep injury or something. But he's still at a young enough age. He's the right type of receiver. I would feel like a first is doable. What would be too much? I mean, definitely 2 firsts, but I don't think they would. If they're on planet Earth, they're not asking for that. And then beyond that, like, there's probably a second piece that they're asking for, and if it's not like a throw-in, then it starts to get a little tricky.
You wonder if it's they want a first, and the Bills, the way they're balking, if they are, would say, like, we'll give you a first, but we would want Olave and a fourth. Let's make sure we still we still have our picks. I don't know. I've not seen that the Saints want a first for Olave. Like, you have seen that for Hendrickson and the Bengals.
And for Waddle.
Right.
The Dolphins want a first.
You've seen that for Waddle. You've seen that for Hendrickson. You have not seen that for Olave.
want me to comment on the schedule, or you want me to comment on my message to the team? What are you trying? You're working a lot into there. I mean, is that the national perspective, or is that your? I can only coach one team at a time. I don't make the schedule.
Yeah.
Every team beats every. You know what I mean? Like that's just that's mind-boggling to me in the National Football League that there be strength of schedule. You got a salary cap. Everybody spends the same amount of money.
Ooh, that's not
you
true.
You guys know in this league that doesn't really mean anything. I love your little smirk over there. You come up with this question and you want to ask me about the strength of schedule and my message. My message has been the same every week.
That is Mike Vrabel asked about, there's a salary cap. Every team spends the same. That's not true.
No, that is
not true.
It's definitely not true.
You want to just do cash for this year?
I was just looking at
Let's
that.
just do it. Cash for this year. The Bills are near the top.
Second.
Minnesota, $344 million in cash this year. How much for the Saints? $233 million. $100 million difference.
Right.
Yes, there's a cap that limits. You can't do absolutely everything you want.
Yeah.
But the idea that it's just it's not the NHL cap. The NHL cap is a lot more uniform of a formula. The NFL cap, they do not spend the same. There are haves and have-nots and teams that will and won't spend. The Bills are near the top in terms of how much money they push off in the future. And again, like this year, they're second in cash. So they're spending a lot this year. The Rams are 30.
The Rams at 31. I just saw that.
31st in cash this year, the Rams.
That is stunning. That can't be normal for them, though, I bet.
Johnny in Middlebury. Hey, Johnny, good morning. Hello, Johnny.
Johnny there? By the way, it is normal. The Rams have been bottom 2 in the league in cash spending in the last 3 years.
All right. Tim in South Carolina. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. I want to take the torch from you on the Olave question, and I want to take it from you and run with you for a second. Let me propose something to you real quick, because I'm looking at the draft trade chart. So, are we just going to assume that Olave is going to cost a first-round pick? Is that fair to assume?
I don't really know. I mean,
I don't want to assume that.
He's due an extension, so like I had said to Joe, my idea for what it might cost would be like a second and a sixth, but who knows if he even gets moved? I think it's unlikely he gets moved, but it'd be nice to know what the price was.
My question for you guys is, let's just assume that it's a first or like a high 2, whatever the case may be. Are you guys, if Brandon Beane walks into WGR today and says, okay, I'll give you guys Olave for the rest of the year and then we'll work out an extension, figure out the rest, or I will guarantee that I move up in the first round next year and go after a receiver that'll probably get me in the 15 to 20 range. Which one are you guys taking and why?
Well, this receiver class is said to be good. Thanks, Tim. It depends on what it would cost you. I mean, if how much do you have to pay to move up? Let me ask you that. Or bring it back in. So the Bills are drafting where in this? 29th? Let's just say 29th. Let's not give them the Super Bowl. And they want to move up to 15. Does that cost an additional first?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the trade chart right now, and you'll likely be at about 600 points. And if you double that, you'll get to 12, but take a little bit off for it being a future one. And then obviously you got to incentivize the team to do it. So let's just assume 15 to 18 range.
All right. Thanks, Tim. This is a good question, a good exercise. What's a better? Let's say you're just decides he's bent on getting a receiver for the offense, which I don't know that he will be, but let's play the game. What's a better idea, Joe? 1 first for Olave, or effectively 2 firsts for a rookie contract receiver that goes 13th? What's a better idea? Because the cap surplus you get on the receiver is $30 million a year, like on AAV. Like, it's nuts if you have a truly great receiver. Now, there's a little bit of...
you're taking on a little bit of risk.
You're taking a lot of risk.
You're going to get, it's tough, though. A lot of the receivers in the middle to late first round in the last 5 years
good.
Are great. You do have your Jahan Dotson, Treylon Burks mixed in there along the way.
Jalen Reagor.
Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, you have some misses. But most of them are good.
I was going to say, most of them are good. So, the other part of that, though, is I don't get that guy for this year.
Right. And this is a year of the window.
This is 1 year of the window. Is it 20% of the window? Is it 50% of the... Well, it's not 50% of the window. Is it 30% of the window? I don't know how much of the window this is because we don't know how long Josh Allen is going to be elite quarterback. It could be 5 years. It could be 8 years. It could be 10. but I'm not getting that guy for one of them. So I would be right on the fence on that. I actually think I would side right now with the Olave piece of it, just because he's young enough. He's young enough. He does have another year of the rookie contract or the fifth-year option. And if it was a guy that was 29 years old, 30 years old, I would absolutely be in on the draft pick. But I think Olave is just young enough that would convince me to do it. Waddle, too.
803-0550. Are they the same age?
Olave is 25 years old, and Jalen Waddle is also, he's 26.
Okay.
It's basically the same.
Listen all week for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Canada versus U.S. Rivalry Series, and we're going to do one right now. Be caller number 5.
Nice.
Caller 5 doing a 4-pack of tickets to the Canada-U.S. Rivalry Series game at KeyBank Center November 8th. That's this Saturday at 6 p.m., courtesy of the Buffalo Sabres. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. Ticketmaster.com. Call 221-4WGR and be caller 5 to win a 4-pack of tickets to that Canada-USA Rivalry game at KeyBank Center. To your question, there's probably a bigger fundamental question, and that's this. Would the Diggs trade again be a good idea? You give them a first for Olave.
That's the Diggs
and
trade.
they take their young receiver.
Yeah.
And for every Diggs to Jefferson, there's an A.J. Brown to Treylon Burks. Like, that's exactly the cautionary tale and the best case scenario. So was the Diggs trade a good idea? My answer is it's the second best thing being as done as the GM.
Yeah.
1 is Allen. 2, I think 2 is the Diggs trade. You got a great player for a first-round pick. The only thing that went wrong is something that they did not see happening. Maybe you could make the case they should have, that it broke up before it could play it all the way out. They didn't plan on having him for 3-4 years. They planned on having him for 8, and it blew up. And I guess, would you be afraid of that? Would you know enough about the player? I think that was a great trade, and that's his sunglasses meme.
Right.
And to do it again, if he walked to a podium and said, we did this once before and it paid off great, and hopefully this one does the same. And, you don't have to take a shot at Diggs or anything like that. You could acknowledge that the last time, things went wrong at the end of it. But if you really wanted to do it, it's not that different. I think Diggs was actually, there's more data on Diggs was ready to be a higher level receiver than Olave is, but I would do it again. I'd do it again, nothing twice. I don't think they will. I knew this was going to happen. I'm such a sucker. I'm setting myself up. Not even that I'm going to be disappointed. I didn't want to turn deadline day into let's just talk about Olave for an hour, but here we are.
But do we think this is the decision that they are currently debating?
It's a great question.
Are the Saints sending a message right now?
You can have him for the price is right.
You can only have him for a first. Nobody is getting in this conversation. No team around the league. You are not getting in this ball game without a first-round pick because we don't want to trade him. And we'll go to the 5th-year option, and we'll even franchise tag him if we need to. We're not just giving him up for a second or a third. If that is the debate, then it's tough. It's why I think the Waddle trade might be more feasible, because I don't know if they are going to be acting the same. They might just want to get out of all of it. I don't think the Saints want to get out of Olave. It might come down to whether they think he'll stay. The Dolphins, I think, want to get out of everything. And that's the difference. So who's more likely to not go for a first-round pick? I think it's Waddle.
Waddle's already signed. That's harder. His cap hit is low.
His cap is low. You could get that in right now easily. But then you've got to pay him the next couple of years.
That's the thing. Again, Spot Track
But you got to do that with Olave anyway.
No, that's right. But Spot Track, well, whatever. You're not committed with a lot of money to Olave yet. With Waddle, you are committed a lot of money.
But if you trade a first-round pick for him, how bad would it have to go for you to not commit to him financially?
Right.
You're going to – he would have to – it could happen. He's got concussion history.
Let's rewind. When they traded for Cooper, the thought was like, oh, he's on an expiring contract, and if it goes well, you'll re-sign him, and they were never interested in it.
I know, but they didn't trade a first-round pick for him.
No, I understand. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, the idea of like, oh, I don't know about that, guys. That's a first-round pick. You gave away a third for a guy that played 10 games and you never showed interest in again.
Right.
And that's not what this would be.
But how much longer would you have Olave? If let's say it didn't go amazing and you didn't want to pay him at the end of this year,
5th-year option next year,
then you would have the franchise tag.
You could franchise tag if you really wanted to. So you get at least 2.5 years at least
of control
if you wanted to go that way. But You probably wouldn't franchise tag. The franchise tag's like $30 million.
No, that honestly might be one of those deals. I don't know. Is this the wrong time of year for that? A lot of times when guys get traded, the contract comes like the minute later. Or that day.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the moment we have with Olave and the Bills, if that were to happen.
Again, the Waddle point here. If you're someone out there, if you want not somebody else, not a receiver, that's fine. Please call us and talk about something else. We're getting a lot of calls on receivers, and, we're always up for that conversation. Waddle is Brandon Beane calls who's the interim GM there in Miami now? Whatever. He calls, and they come to an agreement on a deal.
Champ Kelly.
Okay. Beane then has to go to Terry Pegula and say, You good if I tell you I'm acquiring a player who we will owe $70 million through the next however many years? There are deadline moves, there are cap moves, and then there is cash, right? Would another team want a player that has a cap of $585? Like, yeah, definitely. Do you want a player that you owe $70 million? Maybe not. And there are plenty of players on this list. Future allocations. So, like Trey Hendrickson, whoever trades him, that's a true rental. You don't owe him any money after this year. You just own him this year's contract, $8 million, and that's not a lot. But you want to get some of the bigger numbers on this trade deadline list. Like Waddle is $70 million. If AJ Brown gets moved, that's $100 million that you owe him.
Yep.
So it's not as simple as the cap number because there's actual dollars to be spent.
But because the cap number for Waddle is actually really nice.
Oh yeah, you could fit it.
This year it's easy, and then next year it's 11, which is not bad at all. And then the following year it goes up to 33, but then you have an out. Like if you really wanted to, you could move on at that point and really save most of the cap. So, the money would get spent, but you could go through multiple years of Waddle, and if it didn't go well, you would really never take a big hit on your salary cap, a monster hit. You would obviously hope that it would go well, and you just spread that money out into his 30s, which is years away. So, I don't know. I think he's more likely to be traded today. And he's just as good, close to as good, better.
Waddle?
Yeah.
Same
tier. He's tougher to figure out because he's been behind Tyreek Hill for a couple years.
And he's been with a quarterback that has his limitations.
Right.
Right.
And Olave, meanwhile, has been the number one.
803-0550. Get a break in Extendo Sports. And then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. It is deadline day in the NFL. And we got a big one. Big trade. Logan Wilson for a 7th-round pick.
Yep.
Come on, league. Let's go. What are you guys, the NHL?
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
What do you think of the NHL? Role players for 3rd-round picks? The NFL deadline has become better than the NHL deadline, and it's
by far.
And it's not close, yeah.
What was the last great NHL deadline trade?
I don't know. Maybe we're not plugged in because of the Sabres, but Utah tonight, the Mammoth.
Yep, they're good.
They are good. They're having a good season.
Have they still not lost since they introduced their mascot? They had a win streak going, since they Tusky.
Tusky.
Yeah.
Listen, they should have worked a little harder on that name.
Why? What's wrong with Tusky?
They could have done something better. Give me the break to think about it. I'm going to come up with 3 names for the mascot that would have been better than just Tusky. For the Carolina Panthers, Stanley C. Panther, that's better than Tusky. I mean, Tusky's like if the Panthers named their mascot Whiskers.
Yeah, it's not one of the great fictional elephant names.
Here's Whiskers. Oh, yeah? Top 5 fictional elephant names. Go.
Dumbo.
Of course.
Tantor from Tarzan.
Okay.
I'm out.
Babar. Right? But the child's book. But
I don't know it.
Other fictional elephants.
Oh, Horton.
Oh,
the Dr. Seuss.
He heard a who.
Who's the mammoth from Ice Age? Help me.
Oh yeah, Ray Romano.
Ray Romano is who I thought. It's not Ray Romano.
What's his name?
Isn't it Manny?
Manny.
Yeah.
Manny the man.
All right. Hey, we got
Manny. There we go.
We got 5 fictional elephants. We did it.
Okay. Snuggleophagus.
Snuffleupagus.
Sorry, it's been a minute.
Snuffleupagus. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, we got there pretty good. You're right. Tusky's worse than all of these.
Tusky's a bad name. You could have done a lot better.
Tusky's worse than all of these.
All right, I'm coming back with...
Ranker.com is a top 45 elephant characters of all time. We nailed the top 5. We did well. Dumbo number 1, Manny 2, Tantor number 3, Horton 4, Mrs. Jumbo number 5. That's from Dumbo.
Who else?
Lumpy from Winnie the Pooh.
Is Bing Bong count as an elephant?
I don't know who that is.
Inside Out?
Don't know it.
Have you not
Oh, yeah.
Bing Bong. Right? Was his
Yeah,
name?
that counts.
He's an elephant.
He's an elephant stuffed animal.
All right. I mean, all these none of the other elephants don't actually talk. So, like these other animals that talk. All right. Brent, do you see how bad we need to trade here,
We're on to
Bills? Come on,
elephants here.
get us a trade here. Get us a trade. Extendo Sports coming up. Okay, the Cowboys have an offer to the Dolphins for Minkah Fitzpatrick. But that's the Cowboys' backup plan if they can't land a pass rusher, according to one report I'm seeing here. What else? 10:01.
We're not even really getting rumors.
10:01, we're going to get a good
that
rumor.
one, I guess.
Joe, I've done this a long time.
Yeah.
10:01. Juicy rumors about to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, just the juiciest piece of meat you ever seen. 10:01. Actually, probably 9:57 if we're out on time. We'll get out on time. Sabres in Mammoth tonight. J.J. Peterka. Time to win some games.
J.J. Peterka. Name some Mammoth. Who's on the Mammoth?
Clayton Keller.
The guy, actually, who I believe is number 2 in the league in scoring behind Jack Eichel is Nick Schmaltz. Weirdly, is just having like an insane season. He has, 17 points in 12 games. Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, Clayton Keller. Tough for the Coyotes, who were terrible forever. Any of the fans that they did have watch the team go to Utah, and it's like 1 year they were okay, and then it's like, oh no, this team's going to be awesome. It's not quite Quebec to Colorado. But
No.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good team. Peterka is 5th on the team in scoring, 10 points in 12 games. And is there anything more,
what?
More annoying than the early trade stat comparisons?
No, there's nothing. Like how Josh Doan is putting up more
Doan's got
points.
He's got the same points. He's got 9 and Peterka's got 10.
Maybe Doan ends up being the better player. That's fine.
Probably not. Doesn't mean you can't win the trade. I mean, if Kesselring's good and Doan's good, but this happened with the Tuck trade.
He was better than Jack Eichel for 5 minutes. Yeah. We got to go. All right. It is Buffalo Bills trade deadline day. Keep it locked here. Rumors, reports, all that good stuff. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up.
Good morning, everybody.
There it is.
Happy Tuesday.